10th day of agency budget hearings. Representative Almand.
Present.
Representative Angelos.
Excused.
Representative Haraldson.
Here.
Representative Pendergraft.
Here.
Representative Sherwood.
Here.
Representative Smith.
Here.
Senator Driscoll.
Here.
Senator French.
Here.
Senator Garou.
Excused.
Senator Larson.
Here.
Co-Chairman Bear.
Here.
Mr. Chairman.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So, Director Richards, what do we have first on the docket?
Yes, you have three agencies today. The first agency is Agency 49 in your books. And here to present is Director Corin Schmidt, and I believe she'll introduce the parties of her team who will be participating.
Thank you. Please bring your team up. Good to see you again. Director, I'll just say for your benefit, what the Appropriations Committee has been doing over the last 2 weeks is giving everyone an opening introduction statement. We won't go through the TRPs, and then we just want to focus on your exception requests. So, but please, if you have a opening statement, introduce your staff, take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. My name is Corin Schmidt, and I'm the Director of the Wyoming Department of Family Services. I have our DFS leadership team here today, and I'll do a quick round of introductions. To my right is Rhonda Holt. She is our Chief Financial Officer. To my left is Danielle Marks. She's our Senior Policy Advisor. And behind me, starting over my shoulder, is Roxanne O'Connor. She is the Senior Administrator of the Support Service Division, which provides a lot of administrative and operational support to the agency, as well as early care and education services. To her left is Christy Gordy. Christy Gordy is our Senior Administrator of the Social Services Division. The Social Services Division is where we serve children protective services, adult protective services, and juvenile justice. We work directly with families in those areas. To her left is our Field Operations Administrator for Social Services, so she oversees a lot of the work in the field. To Sarah's left is Dale Weber. He's the superintendent of the Wyoming Boys School and also serving as the interim superintendent for the Wyoming Girls School. Our longtime superintendent at the Girls School retired a few months ago, and he's stepping into the space as we make some decisions about moving forward. To his left is Corinne Livers. I'm Corin, she's Corinne. It does get confusing, and we will absolutely understand if you mix this up. She is the Senior Administrator for the Economic Security Division, and to her left is Jackie Herb, who is the Program and Policy Administrator for Economic Services. And it's in this division that you'll find our SNAP program, our TANF program, weatherization, utility assistance, cash assistance, all those benefit programs that we have available to our communities. Just a little bit of a intervention of Christy Gordy also serves as our Child Support Program Administrator, which is the #1 program in the US for 13 years running? 12, sorry, I'm looking ahead to next year. Okay, with that, Mr. Chairman, we'll start our presentation. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, we're pleased to be here to appear before you to present our 2027 biennial request. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing that we're here on the last day of this jaunt. I guess we'll find out. But I do very much appreciate the hard work that you all have put in. This is an incredible amount of information, and to Representative Pendergraft's point, it is hard to stay attentive, but I do appreciate the opportunity to really talk to you about what we do.
Incredibly important job for the state. You have our full attention, and we are fully aware of the challenges that you face. So, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, as you had mentioned, I'd like to provide a few brief remarks, opening comments just about some of our work, and then move into our exception requests. We have a few big requests, and one of them in particular, our SNAP requests, I think are going to take a little bit of time and explanation regarding the program itself and the impact that HR 1 had on that program. So, Mr. Chairman and members, the Wyoming Department of Family Services is the state's human service agency. We provide an array of preventive and direct interventions and in economic benefits to Wyoming's most poor and most vulnerable. We believe we do our work through 3 core values. Our first core value is safe at home. The work that we do is organized around providing the best opportunity for families to stay together safely at home. We know home is the best place for families, for kids, for elderly. However, we also know that sometimes that's not the safest place. And when that's not the safest place, we look for another home, and providing that kind of environment, especially for our young people, so that if they do have to leave their families, they're living in a place that's more comfortable and that can meet their needs. Our second core value is opportunities for success. We provide a tremendous array of services, and it's through that basket of goods and connecting families and vulnerable people to those services that we believe is a key part of their success. Our last is supporting the people that support the families. We rely heavily on our partners, on communities, on organizations, and of course on our direct care staff to support the people. The work is hard, we recognize that, and while some of us may not be doing it directly, we want to do our best to support them so that they can excel. Mr. Chairman, our DFS family is comprised of about 658 families, of which 86%, the lion's share, provide direct services in communities and at our facilities. The remaining, our program and policy staff, are scattered throughout the state or in the Hathaway building. We have a hybrid telework approach based on our staff's primary responsibilities and the needs of our communities. The lion's share of our work involves direct interaction with public, or in the case of the facilities, with youth, which limits telework opportunities for many of our staff. Telework fits better with our fiscal and our program and policy folks who are not as public-facing as our direct services and local offices. The primary benefit of telework for our agency has come in the way of flexibility. We look at telework as an opportunity to do our job all over the state. We have supervisors that supervise staff in multiple offices. They're portable, they can take their laptop, they can do their work from any office in the state. In addition, it's been a wonderful retention tool for our caseworkers and for people who do the work to move up into program and policy responsibilities. There was a time those folks would have to move to Cheyenne to do that work. Now they can do that work from their communities, their homes, or our local offices. Telework is much of our work is driven by performance outcomes and timelines, so managing telework in those situations hasn't been a significant issue for us. We know when someone isn't doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. As an agency that is always battling salary compression issues, we've greatly appreciated the compensation adjustments that have been recommended by the governor and then proposed by this legislature. Overall, our agency turnover rate is about 17%, which is lower than the national average for human services work. However, certain positions, especially at the entry level, are the lowest paid and make up the highest rate of agency turnover. They are also the positions that benefit the most from compensation adjustments. For example, an overnight dorm staff at either facility, the boys' school or the girls' school, makes an average of $3,060 a month. That salary is also 17.3% behind the market average. That position also turned over at a rate of over 50% last year. We continue to work on recruitment and retention initiatives involving culture, flexibility, and training and education. However, salary, which is outside of our control, is a factor we can't dismiss. We've had a very busy year this last year. We've had some incredible successes. We have been recognized nationally for our work on our SNAP program. I was called to testify before a subcommittee of Congress on the success of our SNAP program, and I think our program really sets a nice baseline for the rest of the states in terms of how we approach that work and how we address all of the options and opportunities through SNAP. We rolled out, Representative Harrelson, a comprehensive foster care or foster family training program that also looks at kinship foster care. It has been a while coming, but we've seen tremendous success in rolling that out. In our state, we find that finding foster care for older youth is incredibly challenging and difficult. As a result of the adoption or the foster care training that we did, those participants have indicated at a higher level that they would be interested in taking older youth. We will continue to work on that effort. That is something that is going to be a focus for us as we try again to find somewhere safe at home for these kids. We have met high performance standards in our TANF program, which means that the majority, a good percentage of the families who are on TANF are working. We connect them with work, they stay at work through a great partnership with the Department of Workforce Services and many of our community providers. We launched a child care online system, an IT system. Through the launch of that system, we have cut the time for payment for child care assistance in half. And we'll continue, I think, to see those numbers decrease. There's so many other things that I could say about our agency. For those of you who've known that I've been doing this for a day or two, this is my heart, and I really am grateful for the work that we all do, and especially the folks out in the field who I hope are listening today. My gratitude and appreciation for the DFS family really comes from an organizational assessment we just did. Research shows that human service staff do best when they feel connected to the workplace and they feel value in their work. In our recent assessment, 87% of participating staff report that they are committed to working at DFS, even though it is stressful at times. 80% intend to remain at DFS for their long-term professional careers, and 80% feel the work brings more personal and professional gratification than other fields. This is the first administration of the assessment, which is setting an incredible baseline, and I'm tremendously proud how dedicated they are to serve Wyoming's communities and Wyoming's people. So in the spirit of keeping things brief, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move into our budget exception requests.
Let me ask if there are any initial questions from the opening statement. Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Just a question for you, Co-Chair. General questions, do you want them right now, or would you prefer that at the end?
Whenever you'd like.
Okay. This is basically a philosophical question. You know, we're dealing with K through 12 education in a big way this year with recalibration. And one of the concerns that I often get from teachers and those people who work in the education field is that they're not getting enough parental assistance. And sometimes the schools feel like they really have to step in to make sure that the children can learn in the ways of feeding these children, sometimes clothing the children, and they know that they're not getting rest, they're not being asked to do their homework. In my mind, in a more perfect world, the educators wouldn't be required to do those things. They could focus on educating. I think we could do a better job in the state of educating if that were true. So that's where your department really comes in. And I'd like to just hear your philosophy about how your department could help with that. Really what I'd kind of like to become familiar with is, how do you deal with neglectful parents? I mean, how long can they be neglectful before your department steps in and does something so that the educators don't have to?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, wow, that's a heavy way to start
I
the
know.
conversation.
Let's get that over with, and then the rest of the day will be relaxed.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I think that is an interesting question and a place where it's more of an art than a science. In our state, we pride ourselves on our independence. We also pride ourselves on understanding what the role of government is and where it steps in and where it does not. So when we think about abuse and neglect, that place becomes very gray. And we also know parents have the right to parent. And this body has made a lot of statements about the role of parenting in terms of making decisions about their children's lives. So when we think about abuse and neglect, it is a very case-specific place where we make decisions based on what we know and understand, based on what we've been told, based on what we investigate. And it's from there then that we make the decision about the amount of intervention. We have rules, we have policy, and we have law that sets out a lot of those parameters. In our state, we believe that abuse and neglect really in an intervention by the Department of Family Services should be somewhat of a last resort. We want to work with families voluntarily. Our preference is really around prevention. And one of the outcomes that we track is the number of children coming into care because of a court intervention. Because we think that if we're providing services or connecting families to services in the community, that goes a long way to prevent a child from having to be removed. Over the last 20 years, between 1990 and 2020, so 30 years, we have seen dramatic decreases in physical abuse and sexual abuse. Dramatic, over 60% in those areas nationally, even a little bit.
Decrease?
Decrease. Even in our state, we've seen dramatic decreases in reports of physical abuse and sexual abuse. What really hasn't changed in the last 30 years is neglect. We haven't really moved the needle on neglect. And what we know is that a lot of neglect comes from a place of poverty. Poverty because of parent disorganization, poverty because of intergenerational poverty. At the end of the day, though, some families have a difficult time meeting the needs of their children. So then when we think about reports from the schools, and what we learned from COVID is that over half of our reports that come in are from education. What we also have found through this weird exercise called COVID, that the majority of those calls did not end up in an allegation that we could investigate, meaning
Which was that?
half.
Half. So 50% of the 50%.
So when we think about the roles of schools and we think about what teachers need, they absolutely need children to come to school prepared to learn, ready to learn. That means that they've had sleep. That means that they've been fed. That means that they're dressed appropriately. But in the world of abuse and neglect, that doesn't always mean that a child is being neglected. It may be bad parenting, but I'm here to tell you I've had some stellar moments of bad parenting, and I don't think that I would be considered neglectful. So we have to draw this interesting line between when is it too much? And sometimes that takes a little bit longer than maybe what the schools would expect. We do not want to intervene in such a way that we bring in the heavy hand of government. Our preference is connection to community services first, because what we know is a lot of that neglect can be solved locally through community interventions or through some of the services we provide, SNAP being a great example. We continue to work closely with our schools in every jurisdiction. In some jurisdictions, those relationships are great. They've created a really wonderful way to communicate. In other jurisdictions, it's a little bit tougher. So this is an issue we manage very much locally with the support of the state office. But to get back to your question, we make those decisions on a case-by-case basis, depending on what we know of the family, what we've been told, what we've been able to find out, and then to find if we can engage with them voluntarily. Parents have the right to not engage with us. If we do not have enough information to officially investigate them, they can tell us that they don't want our services. So a tenuous role for us, for the schools, as we think about what is the role of government. I'm a native. I believe in people kind of being able to do their thing within limits. And then at some point, when those limits are crossed, then we step in.
Please.
That was an excellent answer, well covered. You covered most of my follow-up questions, so I appreciate that. You know, really my biggest follow-up was going to be about, you know, your relationship with those school districts. But you brought up some great points. You know, the 50% of the reports were coming from the schools, and about half of those were actionable in your department. And so in my mind, that means that, well, let me first of all state that I appreciate that you've heard this body when it comes to parental rights. That's hugely important to us, that government does not overstep those bounds. So it's refreshing to know that you've got that, you understand that, and you're applying that in your department. So appreciate that. But obviously we have a problem here, and you see it. Looks like you're trying to work on that where you can. I'd like to, you know, get with you at a later date and hear about these districts that are difficult to work with and see what we can do. But I would like to know, is there in your mind a way that we can educate? What I'm seeing from that data that you just shared with us is that the educators don't understand the legal idea of neglect versus their own concept of neglect. And I can appreciate that. We appreciate that they're kind-hearted people. And that they care about these kids. That's why we've allowed them to protect them with firearms, you know, from bad actors. But we believe they really care about these kids. But how can we change that? How can we educate teachers what the law is about neglect so that they understand that there's a little bit of tough love that's going to have to happen, and some of it's just, you know, we're going too far with our compassion. How can we do that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, to get to a specific example, we are working in one of our districts. So our state is divided into judicial districts, and then over each of those judicial districts, we have a district manager that's responsible for our social services. And in one particular area of the state where there are an incredible number of school districts, we are embarking on a project in cooperation with the University of Wyoming's ECHO program, with the local district and the local early care providers and our office, to come up with a way to have those conversations, to use training materials around mandatory reporting. So we are a state that requires mandatory reporting. Anybody who sees abuse or neglect shall report it. And I think the responsibility falls heavy on the roles of educators. They know that law, and they take that law very seriously, as they should. However, there are sometimes nuances that says, is this truly abuse and neglect, as the state recognizes abuse and neglect? And I do think we can do a better job of working with the schools on understanding that. So we've embarked on a pilot project where we're developing training materials and educational materials through the University of Wyoming, and we'll try it out in that particular judicial district and see if it brings a level of partnership and understanding. You know, we talk about turnover all the time. You know, as with our agency, schools see turnover, and we have to get in the habit of having this conversation constantly. I think we feel sometimes that we have it, people know it, and then we move on without recognizing that roles and responsibilities change rapidly throughout our districts and through our school districts and our judicial districts. So that is one specific example, Mr. Co-Chairman, that we're trying to tackle that directly. In other places, we always are encouraging our district managers to reach out to superintendents to establish those relationships. The bulk of our work with schools is actually done at the very client level, at the case level. Our law requires that if there's a court-ordered placement of a child, if a child is in state custody, that the court creates what's called a multidisciplinary team. And that team is designed to staff, essentially to provide recommendations about the case plan and the trajectory of that family to the court. Schools are a mandatory member of that team. So our most frequent interactions are at a very case level and a very individual level. I think we can do better by coming out to a macro level.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Okay, so you've done a great job of helping me understand the situation better. One of the criticisms I've heard is that, the school district calls and nothing happens. But I can see when half of the claims are not valid, it can get into this situation where it's just a circular argument, is it an issue or is it not? And so I appreciate that you've got this program that you're working with UW, trying to educate. I'd like you to keep this entire committee really kind of updated on how that's going, and if you have any kind of information about, what it's doing now, we'd love to see that. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Wow, okay.
It was on my heart. I had to talk about it.
Let's go with Representative Haroldson, Representative Smith, and Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for coming today, and it's good to see you again. Obviously not as we were in judiciary, but now over on the approach side. A new training program, that's exciting to hear. And thank you guys for hearing that. Thank you guys for working on that. If you guys could give me a 30,000-foot view of what that looks like, and then also if we've seen any numbers coming out of, if this is helping increase our families, and what our families are saying about this new training side of it, if maybe they're feeling it's a little less arduous than it was before. If we could have just a little bit of a description on that, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Representative
Yes.
Haroldson. Yes, of course. So the foster care training program has been rolling out over the course of the last 6 months. So it was a substantial change from the approach we had taken previously. So we started with small little pilots of training with current foster care providers. So we've gone through a retraining, so to speak, of many of our foster care providers. That really does break down into more tangible components, some of what it's like and what to expect as a foster parent. And another thing that has been brought into that discussion that wasn't necessarily emphasized as much in previous trainings was the role of kinship and family providers in that, which is a very different type of caregiving. Someone who doesn't know a child coming into their home versus somebody who knows the child that's coming into the home, and the responsibility and sometimes the family dynamics that comes with that. So we have received feedback from our pilot programs that have indicated a strong support for this training program and appreciation for it. We've also learned that it has been better meeting their needs and their questions that they may have as they consider becoming foster parents. As I pointed out in my opening comments, we struggle with finding care for older youth. And as a result, many of our older youth go into places like group homes because we just can't find a home environment for them. And while we very much appreciate the services that those providers provide to us, we also truly, as I said, our value is safe at home, and we do think that those kids deserve a chance to be in a home. And it's also where they learn how to act in a home. We know that these children, these youth, are going to become parents as well. So we are seeing some promising reports back. We have not had yet enough time to see what the impact is. So now that we have some baselines, we understand what the feedback is, we are then going to be looking at ways that we could hopefully capitalize on it. If foster parents have indicated that they're willing to take older youth, then we're going to jump on that. What we know is that sometimes those older youth require additional funds and additional support. We know that sometimes the older youth come with behaviors and they come with mental health needs, that if we can equip foster families appropriately, we hope that they have a better chance of staying.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a follow-up on that, so the structure of it. I mean, when we're talking about, because some of the things that I think we were seeing before is foster families saying, you know, it's a massive frustration trying to access the material, trying to get through the material. Some of it's like, well, that's so incredibly obvious. And maybe it is for some families, maybe it isn't for others. So obviously like an adaptive learning curve. I know we're, like, this is a college term, but is there a CLEPing where it's like, yeah, that's pretty obvious stuff. I mean, how does that the study of this content, what does that look like? Is it app-based? Is it adaptive in learning? How does that actually look in that learning process?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haraldson, well, there's good news and bad news with my response. It's still pretty intensive and takes quite a bit of time. I think the difference between the current curriculum and what we used to do is it's much more well-organized. There's different opportunities for engagement. Some of it's online, some of it's in person. So I think we appeal to a wider array of learning styles in that way. We're trying very hard to create community among our foster families and our caregivers. That was something that we heard, is just feeling real isolated. Well, in Wyoming, we're all kind of isolated, so trying to create some virtual environments where caregivers, foster parents can come together, learn from each other, and provide that kind of support. Our approach has traditionally been very, very community-based. So we have foster care coordinators in almost every one of our districts, and it's been through them that they do the local work. We're trying to bring that out a little bit broader so that we can take advantage of caregivers, foster family, and kin family, and what they know and what they can do, and support that from a statewide basis. So it's a combination approach. It's a manualized training. It's a national training that's been endorsed. We've picked that up instead of doing the homegrown thing that we've typically done. And we've known from feedback from other places where this curriculum has been implemented that they've seen a lot of positive feedback.
Please, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here. Just a curiosity question in regards to caseload. How many cases a year do you guys have where families are just passing through the state on many of our interstates that are removed from parents, and you try to get them back to their families in other states?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, that's a very good question, and I don't know how many children come into care as a result of transiency passing through. I do have an anecdotal story of a time in one of our communities on I-80 where there was a car was pulled over with, I think, 5 children, and the driver was arrested. And so we had 5 children come into care immediately, and those children were not all related, and those children were from 2 states. And so the complexity of that one particular incident was very difficult. So what I don't know is numbers. What I do know is that those are really tough cases when we get them. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if we collect that kind of data, but we will certainly look into it, and if we do, we'll provide you with that information.
Representative Sherwood? Nothing? Anyone else? Oh, Representative Pendergraft, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to be able to put a face with a name. I visited the boys' school a while back and had a good visit with Mr. Weber. What I wanted to do was just take advantage of the time that both of you are here and say we need to meet. I don't have a bone to pick. What I would like to talk about has nothing to do with the finances, so I'm not going to interfere with this. But please, let's get together and talk about some issues. There are a couple of other legislators that share some concerns, and perhaps we can help fix some things that probably need more attention than they're currently getting, and that's through no fault of your own. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, absolutely. We will contact you.
Okay, Director, why don't we start getting into the exception requests, sir?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, well, now that that's behind us, it's going to go fast, right? Okay, so I would like to first think about the documents that we've provided to you. There are, let me get back on my notes. You should have 7 documents in your packet, 5 of which are per your request: the telework report, the vacancy report, the HR1 impact document, the 600/900 series report for state fiscal year 25, and the 600/900 series report for the first quarter of state fiscal year 26.
Director, you do have this very good document, so encourage you to take a look at that. So
And
proceed.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the budget exception request roadmap is kind of a cheat sheet for you all. It's handy, it's a summary. There's certainly more detail about the exception requests within the budget itself, but this is organized to walk through by page number. We've heard that very clearly, that page number is preference. So it's organized in terms of page number. And at the top of the first page, you'll see Table 1. And we broke our exception requests into general categories. The first category being federal policy changes, which is a substantial amount of the request that we're coming forward with. Our IT modernization and supports. I know there's been tremendous conversation about IT. And then direct services, which is where we're serving our families. The last, the federal authority adjustment, is just that. It's a federal authority adjustment that aligns the amount in our budget with what we've received from the federal government. Our federal grants fluctuate, and so every now and then we come to you with an exception request so that we can fix what's in the budget book and align it with what we actually receive. That's an art, not a science. The federal government changes its appropriations more than we do, so we try our best to keep up with it. But what it does is it at least makes our budget more transparent, and it eliminates the need for B11, which is just a bureaucratic process. So those are more general. They're not a change to the program at all. They're not additional funds. It's just correcting the amounts in the budget book. On going back to the exception request roadmap, on Table 2 on the first page, you see it. You see in budget order and page order the summary, and then on subsequent pages, what you'll find is more explanation. The other document that you have in your binder is a SNAP program overview, also a reference document. I anticipate as a result of our exception request today that you will be receiving questions about what SNAP is, how it works. This is a primer for you all to be able to look to if you have questions about eligibility, if you have questions about who's served, number of served. It's something that we have found to be very useful when having conversations, in particular about SNAP. So, Mr. Chairman, if you are ready, we are ready, and we can, so ready. We can go to page 35 in your budget book and start with exception request number 2. I would like to invite the Deputy Director Legursky, the ETS Director, to provide some comments. Director Kleins had originally intended to be here. He is away on a family matter, and so Deputy Director Legursky has offered to step in. We've asked for them to provide some context to this request from an enterprise technology services perspective on the direction that the state is going, because we believe that this work very much complements the direction that Director Kleins and Deputy Director Legursky want to head.
So this is priority 2.
Priority number 2, sir.
Okay. Please, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Erica Legursky. I'm the Deputy Director of ETS. As Director Schmidt said, Director Klein sends his apologies. He had a family matter he had to attend to. So I'm here today on behalf of him to kind of lay out just our support for this request, and then also the partnership that ETS has with DFS. DFS does have some direct bill employees that are, they're ETS employees as far as being in our budget, but they're direct billed to DFS. We recognize that the 3.7 million is one of the larger technical requests that you guys will see coming across to you. But as far as a strategic pivot and how the state handles technology, it's a pivot that has already saved us from future costs and administrative burdens. DFS has moved away from the old way of doing IT, where they build separate disconnected systems for every problem that they have. Instead, they have adopted what we refer to as a platform as a service model using a single vendor. And why does this matter to the state? This model lets us focus on the business, not the plumbing. When we use a unified platform, we stop spending our time and money on back-end infrastructure, buying servers, managing patches, and worrying about hardware upgrades. This is what we kind of refer to as also kind of keeping the lights on. By shifting to this model, we focus our dollars on the actual business process and delivering services to our citizens. This model provides built-in security. DFS handles sensitive data. The platform provides robust federal security and disaster recovery out of the box. If we had to build those security layers from scratch for every single application, that would have increased costs. It also creates efficiencies where we no longer build silos. DFS has used what we call a tech stack. For me, being non-technical, the best way that I can explain this is like a restaurant and a kitchen. So they have the refrigerators, they have the ovens. Then as we have these services that come, those are the different orders that we have from the individuals. The ETS direct build team can manage support centrally, and we don't have to aggressively expand the IT footprint or hire an army of staff to maintain it. This funding is not a hypothetical future project. This supports a track record of delivery that has already worked. You'll hear Director Schmidt, I'm assuming, probably talk about that they have in this request some legacy replacements. They have already successfully modernized what they call their central registry. They're in the process of replacing an antiquated system, which is a YCAP system, going to a Y-Safe that is for protective services, and also their utility assistance program. In this, they have 9 different systems and applications that are on here. We've talked a little bit, I think, in years past about the eCares system, and that was replacing a manual system that they're using this for. Also, one of the other things that I found most impressive when working with them and being in the governor's office was that during the pandemic, they were able to set up the emergency rental assistance program as well as the homeowner assistance program in a very short amount of time. A defined data and technical infrastructure allows for rapid development and delivery of new services. Having this structure gives DFS the ability to ensure the needs of citizens and address them in a timely, efficient, and effective and organized manner. Mr. Chairman, I think earlier this week you've talked to a couple of other agencies who have RFPs that are going out for certain things that they need to replace, right? So other agencies have things that they're replacing. They're in that very beginning stages of those RFPs. And one of the things that we have talked about was that they need that initial funding, and then they're going to come back to you at a later date for that maintenance to keep that ongoing and up and running. That's already where DFS is. They're in that next phase, if you will. And when we're talking about that partnership and the way that ETS is wanting to function, it's the relationship that we have in those direct bills with DFS that I think has helped us get to this point where they have that platform. And that is where we would like to help those other agencies that have those types of requests. That's where we would hope to have them get. Mr. Chairman, I will stand for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Kochek.
Deputy Legursky, is there a name for this program where we're now operating DFS by?
Mr. Chairman, the vendor that they use for this is Salesforce.
Salesforce?
Salesforce.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, appreciate it. Concise, to the point, good. Director?
So, Mr. Chairman, we are coming to you with what we mentioned is a request of $3.7 million ongoing per biennium, of which a portion of that, $555,000, is federal. This, not to repeat what Ms. Legursky said, this is an operational component of our work. As DOC mentioned in their testimony, they are going to come back to you when they hit their operation phase for their new system. That's where we are. The modernization, our leadership team has been wonderful in its innovation and its willingness and readiness to jump on opportunity. We were able to take advantage of a lot of the federal dollars that came to our individual programs during COVID. And it's been through those dollars in large part that we've modernized or we've brought updated technology to our systems. I mentioned our eCares, which is our child care IT system. That was rolled out in August and September in the first phase. We're working on the second phase, but that system in and of itself cut down payment time by half. We went from paper, triplicate, to online. So the operational costs to support IT is admittedly expensive, but for all of the reasons mentioned by Deputy Director Legursky, it's safe, it's agile, it allows us to do other innovative things that will help our customers, our clients, and we believe it's a reasonable request. It's also our IT spend as a whole in an agency is below the national average for government IT.
Okay. Let's proceed.
Moving on, Mr. Chairman, we go to priority 3A, which is on page 36. This is, as I said, 3A for Adobe product licenses. We have 2 requests before you for Adobe. This is the first of the 2. This Adobe request is a higher level of Adobe that allows us to do e-signatures that are legally binding and legally recognized. So our new case management system, WyoSafe, that's for our abuse, neglect, juvenile justice, and adult protective services. It's through those Adobe licenses that we can generate case plans that are legally recognized and binding. It's separate and apart from the other requests that you'll see because we were able to strike a deal that was a little bit cheaper than what we could get through TRP.
Any questions? Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, on page 37, you see an ongoing request. This is a TRP exception request that is in your 277 book, and it's for ongoing department-wide Adobe licenses, meaning just the typical Adobe, the PDF system that we use throughout the agency.
Director, as we go through these exception requests for the benefit of those who are watching, it would be helpful to give the figure of the request.
Sure.
Get the amount.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 47. This is priority number 4, Adult Protective Services. And this request is in the amount of $1,583,948 in general fund. Adult Protective Services, as we know, in our state, we are aging, and we are aging rapidly. Traditionally, Adult Protective Services, supporting adults in our local communities, has fallen to community providers and community organizations to support vulnerable people. We have been appropriated through previous appropriations $80,000 a biennium to provide emergency services to vulnerable adults. During COVID, the federal government started to provide money through the Older Adults Act for various purposes around vulnerable adults. So we have enjoyed an increase in federal funds in the last couple of years to support vulnerable adults. The majority of the services that are provided to our adults actually come through the Department of Health. They receive money directly from the federal government, also state general funds, to support the senior citizen centers, through those senior citizen centers provide an array of services. What these dollars are for is for a population that is really in an emergency need. So for example, we may encounter an adult who is living at home and living in a home that is very unsafe. Some of our elderly adults are not able to move around as much. They start to collect items. They turn their homes into a place that then can be a hazard. If we encounter that type of situation, we can use funding to provide temporary housing for the vulnerable adult, possibly a hotel room, and then provide services to go in and clean up that home so that person can return back to an environment that is free from hazard. This is a big step in avoiding premature placement in a more expensive type of care like a nursing home. So we're requesting an additional $1.5 million for a combination of emergency services. So these are one-time services that we can provide. We cannot take adults into protective custody. And to Co-Chairman Bear's question earlier on about the role of government, this is also a tricky space for us. We can work with adults, and adults have the permission and have the right to tell us no. So we really do rely heavily on community providers to work with those adults so that they can engage with them. But there are times where if it gets to a place where we need to have more support, we can petition the court and ask the court to intervene. Even at that time, though, the court cannot order an elderly person or a vulnerable adult into our system. So another space where we tread lightly around individual rights and balance it with their protection and safety. Another component of this request is for guardianship services. So we do have vulnerable adults, and those adults include young people too. This is vulnerability no matter the age of adult, not just elderly people. But we oftentimes have younger people that may have severe disabilities, that may have, and have no family to speak of, and nobody to help them make their decisions or to make decisions on their behalf. So much of this request is for legal services to legally create a guardianship. And then some of these funds are for the ongoing guardianship services if we can't find someone who's willing, who they know, or who can support them to take that on. We ask the Wyoming Guardianship Corporation to provide ongoing services. So it's a combination of a few different requests, all of it around really our most needy adults.
Questions? Yes, Director Hibbert.
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to remind the committee that during the supplemental budget process, DFS's entire supplemental budget was related to priority number 4, the Adult Protective Services, and priority number 7, the Independent Living Program for Foster Youth. Mr. Chairman, rarely, as the budget director, do I get involved in the deliberations of the Joint Appropriations Committee during markup. But in this case, last year I did, and I pointed out the essential priority number 4 and priority number 7. But again, both houses had the positive position going in to the supplemental deliberations on the floor for these two priorities, number 4 and 7. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what I think you said. Prior to COVID, what was the ask? I thought I heard 80,000, but.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, prior to the additional federal dollars that we received during COVID, this body had appropriated to us for this purpose $80,000 per biennium.
Other questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. So the Wyoming legislature had agreed prior to COVID that 80,000 a biennium was sufficient. I assume that had been there for quite a while. During the times of COVID and all of the extra monies that came in, we began spending at a much higher rate, it appears. And now the question comes to us, does the state backfill what was there and continue this, or do we go back to the way that we were? And I don't in any way mean to suggest that there's not a need for these funds. I just want to make sure that this is one of those examples where federal monies came in and inflated our budget, and now we are left holding the bag, so to speak. Is that an accurate portrayal?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, Wyoming is one of the fastest aging states in the US. And with that, and with how we live in the state, we are going to continue to see increased need. The need has been demonstrated, I think, over the course of the 6 years or so from the time that the general fund was appropriated, and that's been incrementally. We have seen changes in our demographics. There was a time where I think a lot of courts relied on pro bono work of attorneys to do a lot of the legal work. Judges now report that finding those attorneys is getting more and more difficult. I think there's been conversations with body that we do see fewer attorneys, and where that hits us the most is when we need somebody to provide that service at a reduced or no cost. So that's part of it. There was a lot of work done by this body through a combination of an executive branch, judicial branch, and legislative branch task force that did a very deep dive into this conversation. We were recognizing through the work that we do that this is a source of frustration for a lot of our communities. Law enforcement really struggles in this area for the same reasons we do. These are adults. These people need help and assistance. Sometimes they're very reluctant to get that help and assistance. And then the system looks to us to support it. And then we don't have any funding set aside for it. So I don't think it's a growth issue because the Fed stepped in and artificially inflated the budget. I do think it is a need that we haven't truly recognized. And now it's here, and we also know it's getting bigger.
So, Director Hibbert, can you clarify some of this, maybe?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to do that. Representative Pendergraft, you're speaking to an area where we're all sensitive to, where the federal government has provided us an ongoing appropriation, and it became our standard budget, and then they rescinded it. That's not the case here. There was no ongoing appropriation for this in the standard budget that is being rescinded. What's happening here is that we were fortunate enough to limp along with the $80,000 and find other resources to maximize this issue. But really, it comes down to the testimony that I made earlier is that priority number 4 and number 7 was their full supplemental. We had this conversation a year ago, but we considered this essential, but there was no rescission.
Other questions? Other questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just kind of a follow-up to Representative Pendergraft's question. The pre-COVID numbers versus the post-COVID, and you don't have to give this now if you don't have it. I'd love to see it. If you have it, it'd be great to hear it in front of the public right now. But number of clients served, I know you've got some of the information here for housing assistance, but just overall in this division, the number of people served before COVID and after, and then the dollars per, I mean, we can do the math based on the dollars before and the dollars after, but what is the number of people served and the dollars per? So I can see what's increasing more, the number of people we're serving with this program or the dollars that we're spending on the program for each individual. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, certainly, and thank you, Director Hibbert, for that save.
Okay, you'll get that information to us, and
Absolutely.
let's proceed.
Moving on, Mr. Chairman, and as Director Hibbert mentioned, on page 48, priority number 7 independent living program for current and former foster youth. This is a request in the amount of $1,583,948. Oh, whoops, I'm sorry. I was looking at the previous one. All right, down on the bill. In the amount of $975,820. Mr. Chairman, this is a request, as Director Hibbard mentioned, that we brought to you in the supplemental. This body approved it, but as we know, there wasn't a supplemental budget passed, so we are back again. This request actually now fits squarely in line with President Trump's executive order on fostering the future. The First Lady Trump, is focusing on providing more services, more support to youth who are aging out of foster care. This set of services is designed directly for that. We know youth who have spent time in the foster care system are at risk of poor outcomes as they go into adulthood. They have an increased risk of unemployment. They have an increased risk of not graduating, and they have an increased risk of homelessness. So the Independent Living Services program is really designed to provide a lot of additional support to those older youth. We purchase those services through community providers who then provide independent living coordination through their staff. And they also have funds set aside to provide assistance as a youth transition into the adult system. So for example, they can maybe help with one-time rent, some transitional dollars while they make the move into an apartment or into a job. Part of this request also includes education and training vouchers. These training vouchers are funds that can go directly to the higher institutions for certification programs, accreditation programs, or education at a 2-year or 4-year institution. Again, supporting those youth.
Give me 60 seconds. If this was not funded, what would be the consequences?
Mr. Chairman, the consequences are we already have federal funds available for this program. However, we know that that's not even close to meeting the need. So this is a service we currently provide. We are expanding the service, but as you'll see on page 46 at the bottom of our justification, only 57% of the need was met through the federal funds. So if we were to not provide it, that means that those youth just wouldn't benefit from the service.
Let me rephrase it. Put a human face to this.
Okay.
What would happen if we don't fund this?
Mr. Chairman, what would happen? So what we know from kids that age out of our system, as I said, they really do not have as good a chance as being successful as our kids do. And I think the human face on that is this: if we are going to remove children from their homes, if we're going to say that their parents can't take care of them and we raise them in a system, I believe we have an obligation to those older youth, just as we do to our own children, to help them transition successfully into adulthood. There's some practical implications about not supporting those youth. They have a higher pregnancy rate immediately after leaving. So without providing some concrete services to this population, I believe we see generational issues. We see kids going on without unemployment. We want them to be successful. We don't want them to have to rely on government to do okay. And with this type of connection, we believe it reduces the risk of poor outcomes altogether.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just to put a finer point on it, in the justification consequences at the very bottom of the paragraph, it says 755 youth ages 14 through 20 in state custody in 2024. 57% of those, 432, receive services through federal funds. And now my question is, on the state funding, we have not been state funding in this program before. This is a new request for state funding, which would serve approximately 323 youth between the ages of 14 and 20. And that's 43% of those in the state. And these are only in custody, correct, of your department? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, yes, these are youth that have experienced foster care.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Continue.
Okay, moving on to priority number 8 on page 49. This is for Kinship Navigator Federal Authority. This is one of those authority adjustments I mentioned at the very beginning. This is just so our budget reflects the money that we currently receive for this service.
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, moving to page 50, priority number 9, Adoption Incentives Federal Authority. Again, another request to adjust our authority.
Any questions? Continue.
Mr. Chairman, on page 51, priority 10, Adult Protective Services. Again, another adjustment to our authority. This reflects the federal dollars that we mentioned in the previous conversation.
Any questions? Please continue.
Page 52, Mr. Chairman, priority number 13. This is the State Advisory Council on Juvenile Justice. They receive funds from the federal government to do their work. It's an authority adjustment.
Any questions? Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, page 64, number 5, the SNAP Education Program continuation request in the amount of $3,473,360. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to provide some context to this request. The SNAP program, as I mentioned, you do have a handout in your book that explains it, so I won't go into great detail. But with the big, beautiful bill, the act that was passed early July, it made significant changes to our SNAP program. Our SNAP program is the program that provides food assistance, direct food benefit to eligible children, families, adults in our state. In state fiscal year 25, there were $62 million of SNAP benefits issued to Wyoming families and Wyoming households. The methodology for this program is, first, it's a federal program. The rules are decided at the federal level. The relationship between the state and the federal government is through administration. So through a partnership, currently a 50-50% partnership with the federal government, our agency provides case management services, eligibility services, quality control review, fraud detection for the SNAP program. The decision about what kind of foods can be purchased and the rules of engagement are all decided at the federal level. The federal government does provide options and waivers that we could choose to exercise if we chose to. In our state, we have taken a very conservative approach to SNAP administration. We do not apply for a lot of the extra expansive options and waivers. The waivers that we do have are related to making some of our administrative burden a little less. We are one of the top performing states in the US. We have a payment error rate below 6%, and that's important, and I'll explain why in a minute. But what that means is that we are very careful when determining eligibility for this program. Part of our ethos is that we believe that these programs help people, but we want them to help the right people. So with the changes through the One Big Beautiful Bill, financial changes, one of the things that that bill did was eliminate SNAP education. And that is the request that's before you. Now, SNAP education is offered in our state through Sensible Nutrition, which is offered locally through your extension offices in your communities. The SNAP education program is designed specifically to work with SNAP recipients, although they can work with more, but designed to work with SNAP recipients with education and tools. So one, they can make their SNAP dollars go further. So they see an increased, as a result of participation, they see increased understanding and knowledge about how to use food benefits in a more expansive way. What their program has also, it results in, the outcome is a huge increase in healthy activities and lifestyles. So at its very basic, this is an educational program for people who have very low incomes to learn how to stretch their food dollar further, to learn how to build healthy activities into their lifestyle, and to help their children do the same. I think about my husband and sending him off to the grocery store. And if I were to request healthy foods, I think I would get a can of Dinty Moore. It's a complete diet. It has vegetables, but what we know is that that probably isn't the healthy that I was intending. So it's a way of saying that education matters. We are not always raised in households that understand what it means to purchase healthy foods, how to make financial purchases that then can really extend the life of that dollar. In our state, we serve about, in state fiscal year 25, about 29,000 households. That's a lot of people. An average household receives less than $500 in SNAP benefit. The average individual receives less than $200 in SNAP benefit. That's not a lot of food benefit money per household, per person. So the aim of this program really is to provide more support to those recipients so that they do what we would like them to do, which is to live healthier lives and purchase better product. This replaces the federal funds, and it kind of comes to us in two ways. And this gets a little confusing, but first we are asking in total for $3,473,360. That replaces $3,058,362 in federal fund. You see a little increase of $414,998. That is because had it not been for this law, we would have come in with an adjustment, an authority adjustment of $414,000. But because of timing, we have to build it in here.
Director, for purposes of those watching, this is what we're talking about, the Sensible program versus priority number one, which is the administration of the SNAP program, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. This is SNAP education.
Any questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. How many people are being served by this currently?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we served in fiscal year 25, 887 adults were served, 2,112 youth.
Are there any metrics that could be applied to this? Because, I mean, $3 million for an education program, Americans are becoming more obese. I appreciate your comments about the husband. I'm guilty. So education is important, but are we being effective with this as we look at it? You said 300 were being served, is that right? How many are served? I didn't write it down.
Mr. Chairman, in fiscal year 25, 887 adults, 2,112 youth, children.
2,100, okay.
How many children?
2,112.
Other questions? Yes. We'll get some senators.
Thank you for the
Senator
numbers.
Driscoll.
How many potential more is there out there? You know, I understand there's a lot of eligibility that's not there, and what are we potentially looking at down the road or potentially could be looking at? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, if I can ask somebody to do some quick math for me, we have the information, it's just a matter of compiling it. It doesn't serve every eligible person. We do know that, and we can get a general percentage for you quickly of the number of adults we have versus youth. And it is a program that's provided locally. It is education classes. So of course, there's going to be less of an uptake if, versus some other methodologies, but we'll get that for you.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director. I understand this is the education part of it, but broader question, are there work requirements for SNAP benefits?
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, yes, there are. So the SNAP requirements, the SNAP eligibility is based on a handful of things. The first is citizenship. We can only serve US citizens and those in a very small demographic about lawfully here. There has to be financial criteria, so these are people that are at or below 130% federal poverty level. And then we start to look at assets. What are the assets of that family? What are the expenses of that family? And then based on that analysis, we make a determination of whether the amount of the benefit they receive and whether they're subject to work requirements. So there is a population called able-bodied adults without dependents, which is about 9% of our population that do not meet the criteria to be excluded from work. So it's a small population of people. And those people that are required to work have to work 20 hours a week or 80 hours a month, and or participate in some sort of organized volunteer service or training criteria. The majority of people on SNAP are children, about 44%, older adults, and adults with disabilities. Nationally, that population makes up about 88% of SNAP recipients. So once you look at that, then what's left over is a small group of people who then are required to work.
Good. Okay. Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So based on the 3,000 people being served currently, $3.4 million works out to about $1,100, a little over $1,100 per person, which is, just for perspective, that's about 6 months of benefits in food that we're putting into education. My question is this: we've had a couple of bills here in the legislature over the interim. The executive orders from the federal level are working to narrow the types of foods that can be purchased, which really goes right along with this education. If the money's not available to be spent on those poorer foods, by poor I mean quality foods, would it be better to be spending this money on providing more food benefits rather than education? I guess the question is, do you expect people to complain about that and try to figure a way around the restrictions and buy foods that are not helpful, not as healthy? Or do you think that it would be better to spend this type of money on more benefits?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I think that's your policy call about where to spend the money, and I'm treading lightly here. Primarily because I do believe that the SNAP education program provides long-term benefit. So the food benefit that we purchase feeds a child, it feeds an elderly adult, it feeds somebody with a disability. The education, though, can be generational. So when we look at the cost per client, you're also thinking a lifetime of healthy choices, of making the food dollar stretch further. So because of a lot of the conversation around the restrictions of certain foods, I believe that this program is even more necessary. Because if we're going to really think seriously about restricting foods because of health, then we need to give people a chance to develop healthy behaviors. And, for some of our families, that's not something that is learned at home. It's not learned generationally. And for some families, just the hassle of everyday life makes convenience look more appealing. I know I look to convenience a lot. And sometimes because of convenience, because of work schedules, because of all the things, I'm going to make some unhealthy choices. And so I try not to default to that, but I also know that circumstances just put families in situations where sometimes they don't have choice. But if we truly want to develop healthy habits, then I think we have some obligation to help people understand what that is.
Great points, and much appreciated. 2 questions. How long is the the program for an individual? How long would they be in the educational program? And second, who's doing the instructing?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I don't know the length of the program, we'll find that out. But who is doing the instruction is the Sensible Nutrition Program. That's the name of the contractor who provides the service through the University of Wyoming Extension offices. And they have staff that are dietitians, their education, they're health educators, and it's through their work that they then, throughout the state, provide those educational opportunities.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I'll get with you offline for a few more questions about the instruction but I guess generally, are they going in-home to give the instruction, or do people have to come to the extension office to get that instruction? And then I want to follow up on my first question on this section. Is there a tangible way to measure the success of this? I don't know how long the program's been in effect, but do we have some data that says people are getting healthier based on this training?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, from information that we received from the SNAP education program, Sensible Nutrition, we do have outcome measures that we can share with you and the report of the success that they've seen. In general, 95% have showed improvement in diet quality. 92% have seen improved food resource management. So those are pretty good outcomes for this program.
I could reiterate, is it in-house? Do we go to their homes to train them, or do they come to us?
Mr. Chairman, it's an 8-week class for adults, 5 weeks for kids, and they provide it in classroom instruction, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Representative
Love technology.
Smith and then Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to discussing federal funds and SNAP benefits and with the government shutdown, could you just walk us through your distribution of funding to like the different food banks around the state and metrics and measures and things of that nature?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, I think you're speaking to the hunger relief program that was executed as a result of the governor's executive order for the food emergency as a result of the shutdown. So as I said, SNAP has received an inordinate amount of attention and over the last 6 months, more so than any time in my career. One of the biggest factors facing SNAP was the shutdown. In our state, we were able to provide benefits through the month of October. Starting the month of November, we did not have any more federal funds. There were no more federal benefits being offered to clients. The governor executed the executive order, and with that executive order, we were given $4.8 million, which is close to about a month's worth of SNAP benefits. Of that $4.8 million, we spent about 2.4. So in 2 installments, weekly installments, we distributed on average 2,180,000, and I have specific numbers for you, to the Food Bank of Wyoming, to the Food Bank of Wyoming affiliates, and to the independent food banks throughout Wyoming. So they went to 30 communities and to 81 organizations. The independent food banks received checks so that they could purchase food locally because they do not belong to the distribution system of the Food Bank of Wyoming. For Food Bank of Wyoming affiliates, they received credit in their Food Bank of Wyoming accounts, and they received cash so that they could also purchase locally. We returned to the coffers $2,415,597. So we only spent about 2.4 of that allotment. And we will do a little bit more cleanup and return, we think, about 26,000 more. We are in the process of collecting the data from our food banks. The governor has requested a report, which is due December 15th on Monday. We have collected a lot of data from our food banks, and we'll be providing any of the outcomes that we can through that report.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's kind of interesting to be looking at this program. In 1970 and 1971, my mother did this very thing. They didn't call it SNAP then. But I'm looking, dues, licenses, registration, travel in-state, travel out-of-state. I see pluses and minuses in there. I guess what my question is, can you describe how widespread this is? How many places around the state do we hold these classes? Maybe just a little bit more about that, and why would any out-of-state travel be necessary? Just curious.
Mr. Chairman, are you speaking back, or Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, are you speaking to the request on page 64? Yes. Okay. Mr. Chairman, or Representative Paragraph, when we look at the request by object code, those are the dollars that we are eliminating, all of the minus signs. The general fund that we're asking for comes back up. I would anticipate, and I will double check this, that the out-of-state travel really comes from our program staff that administer this program. So for educational purposes and training, as part of the SNAP program as a whole. So if we step back a little bit, this money comes in a unit budget called food security. And in this unit budget, we have program and policy staff that spend their time across all of the food programs. So we're going to attribute a portion of these dollars, these federal dollars, what were federal dollars, to staff to go to conferences and training. My assumption is that's a part of this request. $5,000 a year is basically participation in one training.
Yes.
Thank you for that. The other part of the question was, how many locations around the state are we doing this training? Do people have to travel to Laramie or Cheyenne or something, or are you taking it to all over the state?
Mr. Chairman, so I think I need to back up, and Representative Pendergraft back up a little bit. So we contract this service to Sensible Nutrition. So the training and everything that they do is through their program. It is offered through UW Extension offices. So where there are UW Extension offices, they can provide this educational opportunity. They also work in this, going a little step further, they also work to connect food to pantries to also support people who are on SNAP. So they go a little bit above and beyond just the education, but they act as a resource and a hub locally to connect growers, producers with food banks, with families who need food. So it's more than just an education, it's also those connections that are necessary in some of the smaller communities to take full advantage.
Is there any follow-up, Representative Pendergraft? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I think I heard earlier that this is an 8-week course for adults and 6 weeks for youth. So is that like 2 hours once a week on an evening? And I guess the other question, is it a requirement so you can receive SNAP?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, yes, it is courses in the evening. I'm not sure it's the hours. 2 hours a week, Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, and no, it's not a requirement of participation in SNAP.
Any other questions? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also just wanted to speak to the benefit of the Sensible Nutrition Program, that those outreach agents are also at our local farmers markets throughout the state. So as an example, the farmers market in Laramie, they're there helping with meal planning, recipes, and magical things like, did you know that you can eat the tops of your turnips or your beets? And so helping us utilize the entire food system from our local ag producers in preparing our meals and reducing food waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? As you said at the beginning, this is a policy question. These are difficult decisions that we're going to have to make. Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a response to Senator Driscoll's questions, if you'd like us to do that. Ms. Marks? Yep.
Mr. Co-Chairman, Senator Driscoll, you asked about the potential to serve more with SNAP, is that correct? So I have two figures to share with you. One, based on Census American Community Survey data, at this point, 5% of total households receive SNAP. And then that does not incorporate eligibility. So we calculate something called a penetration rate. So of those that are eligible at 130% of federal poverty level, which is a family of four making $3,380 a month, we in Wyoming serve about 34% of that eligible population at that level of poverty, leaving 66% eligible but not served.
Thank you, follow-up. So what would it do to budgets, and how do we administer it if all of a sudden that other 2/3 starts showing up? What happens real time as we go up and down the path?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, I think you're asking a question about the general SNAP population and what if people were
Yes, ma'am.
intending to participate that are eligible but are choosing not to participate. The federal food benefit is paid for by the feds. So for anybody who's eligible, the federal government then would use their money to pay for that benefit. So if we saw more people in Wyoming using it, it would cost the federal government more. There is a caveat.
Okay, that's what I was needing.
So with the changes in HR 1 and the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Congress attached a provision to the federal food benefit and its requirements for distribution to states, to people. These dollars go directly from the federal government to people. They do not pass through our budget. So that's why you never see a huge amount in our budget around this program. As part of some of the change, what the Congress said is that they expect states to perform at a certain level. And if states don't perform at a certain level around their payment error rate, then the states will be required to add state general fund to pay for that benefit that is now fully covered. So for us, Wyoming, at this point, we will not face a required payment to support the federal food benefit. Our error rate is below 6%, and for states that are below 6%, there's no penalty, so to speak. If our error rate goes above 6%, then we'll be required to pay 5% of the federal food benefit, which is 5% of 62 million. So we're in a very precarious situation right now in terms of the changes in federal law and then the shutdown. So we've managed our SNAP program over the course of the last 10, 15 years. We've stayed below the 6% error rate. We've met our federal criteria. However, whenever there's a change to the program, whether it's a policy change, some sort of interruption, it increases the rate of errors. As I mentioned, as we go through eligibility, we ask a lot of questions. We spend an hour in our interviews with clients trying to tease out the information about how much are they making, what are their pay stubs saying. We verify their citizenship, we verify their employment. But when you have someone who's eligible for SNAP that's working 20 hours a week, 1 week, 30 hours the next, 10 after that. There's a lot of fluctuation. And so tracking that and doing our best to make sure that we've issued the appropriate amount is very tricky. So with the interruption of the shutdown, that really threw our program into a tailspin. As you can imagine, all of a sudden, we're not feeding, we're not seeing people, we're not doing the work of eligibility. And in the meantime, we also had major changes through the federal law. So both of those happened together. We are doing our darndest to make sure that our error rate stays below the 6% because we are very cognizant of the cost to the state if we do not. However, in all honesty and fairness, we have been put in a really difficult position to manage this work in a way that we've traditionally managed it because of the significant changes. We haven't received a lot of federal guidance on these changes. Some things rolled out very slowly. In November, we got guidance on, or in October, we got guidance on changes made in July that we're still held to. So you'll hear me say frequently and whenever I can, we're doing our best, and man, our team runs an amazing program. But there have been risks, not because of us, but because of outside factors that do put this program in a different position.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Really appreciate the error rate. A lot of other states don't have it. I was mainly looking at the way the economy is and what we're hearing. Obviously, I think you're going to see those rates, not your error rates, but the participation rates grow, and it puts additional pressure on you. And I wanted to make sure that you were adequate in what you had to be able to respond if this thing comes up, because I really do. We're hearing a lot of people that are having a hard time, and that's going to put more people in your program. And I for one, it's the people that are on it need it as a whole, and wanted to make sure that, one, you could service them, and second, that you had the ability to handle internally what you have potentially coming at you. So if you've got further thoughts of what you might need or what we could do to help you take care of some of our most vulnerable citizens, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, thank you for that, and I appreciate the opportunity. Currently, we're staffed at a level that I think we can handle a lot of this work, but the changes in the work are taxing. And I don't know if there's opportunity. I don't know if expanding our staff is the answer, but I think certainly understanding and giving us some grace is really what we need at this point, understanding that it is a difficult time for our people out. It's very difficult for Wyoming, and it's difficult for our workers who are trying their best to meet those needs.
Okay, Director, I want to be fair to you and give you time to finish these exception requests. So you want to continue?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think we just finished up on number 6, which was page 65, priority number 6. We're moving on to, oh, no, I'm sorry. I had already flipped the page. We are on priority number 6, page 65, Sunbucks Summer EBT. This is a new program, and this is a program that has been presented to you a couple of times before through legislation. We are requesting a total of where's the total? $3.5 million, $3,534,048. Of that, $1.6 million is a one-time startup fund, and then the remainder, $1,934,048, is for ongoing. This is a new program that is for children in schools who receive free or reduced lunches. And this program extends food benefits. It's not a SNAP program, but it does have some feel of SNAP, in that this program would offer benefits to children who qualify for free or reduced lunches It would offer them a food benefit that they could use during the summertime.
A new program, who started it? Was this a federal initiative or a state initiative?
Mr. Chairman, this is a federal program, optional for state participation.
And this is brand new that came through last year's Congress, this year's? What?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the federal program has been in place 2 or 3 years now.
Okay, and then the second question is, did we not subsidize summer lunches in the past? How is this different, or is it the same?
Mr. Chairman, this is different than what the Department of Education offers through their summer food program. The Department of Education program is a food site. Children have to go to the site where food is offered. Not all counties participate. There are 5 counties that do not. This particular program gives food benefits on EBT cards to families so that they can purchase food as they would
So
groceries.
is there overlap?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there's potential overlap.
And under this program, you're able to identify that overlap?
Mr. Chairman, that's a really good question. I would believe we would, but we'll need to work with the Department of Education to
Could you give me
figure
that
that.
information?
Sure.
Continue, please. Oh, does someone have a question? Okay, Senator Larson and then my co-chair.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I know in my community, it's working well the way it is. It'd be tough for me to vote for this. I'm just confused. I just hear all the fantastic news of how it's working in my community with one location. So anyway.
Mr. Co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. 2 things. I recall last session, the First Lady was championing a program. I don't know if that was the school program or was this program. Was it okay, so I'm seeing that it was this program. That's my first question. Second question, I'm looking at office supplies. This program would be authorizing 1 full-time program manager and the administrative costs. But I'm looking at office supplies, and I'm just curious, $63,000 in office supplies. Can somebody explain that to me?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, this is a brand-new program. So in the office supplies, that would include education materials, communication materials. It's this particular unit budget covers all of the things that we would need to promote the program, and to also, I think, provide the EBT cards, I'm assuming. Okay, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, a lot of it is mail cost to mail out the EBT cards as well, postage.
So that's the 32,000, roughly you're anticipating 32,000 EBT cards needing to be mailed out. And so that cost, we would anticipate it would go down after startup?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, potentially, but there's churn in the program, there's less cards, so yes, we would continue to have to provide those cards. I would assume that some of those costs would go down.
Thank you.
Representative Harrelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you give me the 5 counties that are not currently being serviced by the other program?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, we do have that. Okay. Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, Crook, Weston, Lincoln, Hot Springs, and Johnson do not participate.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Please.
And do we have a reasoning why? Like, is it a situation where there's a lack of funding? Is it a situation they've chosen not to opt in? I mean, are we seeing major issues in these counties where there's a gap not being served? Can you kind of just speak to the fact that obviously we've got 18 counties being served and 5 not? Are we seeing a major issue in those 5 over the 18? Just trying to get a little bit of a view of the landscape.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Representative Haroldson, we do not administer the program. This is administered through the Department of Education. So I don't have that data for you, but we can check with their program manager and get a synopsis for you as to why it is that maybe those 5 counties don't participate. I'd hate to guess at this point.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just want to reiterate your comment. The school program is meals that are provided at a location. You go and pick them up. This program would be EBT cards that go to the grocery store and purchase. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just wanted to add some clarification to this. In terms of having a centralized food site, I just want to bring to the community's attention that sometimes those hours are not conducive to parents who are working full-time jobs. They may not be able to get there. They may not have a way to transport their child to get there at the time that that food site is open. So having the EBT program allows that parent or that child to go to the grocery store when they're not at work. So there is some flexibility there. And then there's also the idea of like, you teach a man to fish. And so if we're providing these educational programs, we're teaching kiddos about healthy ways to cook food, and then they're going to the grocery store and they're able to buy that food themselves. That is a skill set that stays with them for life. There's more work into that, but that there's an educational benefit long-term as opposed to just going to a site and getting a meal presented in front of you, which is convenience, but then you're not learning how to prepare that food. So thank you.
Other comments, questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Sorry that I keep coming back, but EBT cards for children, these cards are actually being given to the adults, right? This isn't kids going to the grocery store with their own credit card, right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, correct.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we talk about SNAP benefits and the Sunbuck benefits and maybe some of the overlap there as well? Because obviously, I think we got a lot of different things playing in this sphere, and I don't want there to be a gap, but I also don't want to kind of know how those marry together.
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, there is overlap between children who qualify for free or reduced lunches and children who would qualify for summer EBT program, yes, and SNAP. So there is overlap with those populations. I think in order to kind of separate some of the confusion, children who are on SNAP plus many other children receive and qualify free and reduced lunches. It's a higher threshold. And I think to some extent that there's probably less stigma attached. So you may have families who qualify for SNAP who are not on SNAP, but the children are receiving free or reduced lunches through their schools. So this program, the Sunbucks program, just extends that through the summer months. As the First Lady has testified, as many have testified on this bill as it's come up in 2 years, the past few years, what we want to ensure is that children that are poor, free or reduced lunches, whose families qualify, are still able to access food, that they don't have to rely on being in school for 9 months out of the year in order to get fed. So this is an effective way, honestly. I mean, we can think what we want about SNAP, but in terms of programmatically getting food to people, it really is an effective way to do it. It puts the card in the hands, they can purchase based on their schedules, et cetera. To Representative Sherwood's point, sometimes when you have a centralized location, a lot of kids who would qualify for free or reduced lunches are not able to go access that site. So this is a way to continue what is already happening during the school year.
Any other questions? Okay. Director.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're getting close to the end. Moving on to page 66, we have 2 priorities here, 11 and 12. Both of these are adjustments to the federal authority. They're just bringing the money in line with the budget.
Proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, last but not least, on page 88, we have priority number 1, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program Administration increased to 75% of the state general fund share. This is an amount, a total amount of, oh, there we go. This is a net to zero, meaning that we're bringing down the federal dollars, we're decreasing the federal dollars, and we're asking that to be replaced with general fund. So the amount is $6,805,564 in general fund for the biennium. If you look on page 89, the governor's recommendation is for an amount less than that. He is recommending $5,954,947 in general fund. And that's because this provision does not take effect until October 1st of 2026. So we only need to cover 7 quarters of the 8-quarter biennium. We wanted to make sure that this committee knew the total cost of the change of the federal government for ongoing biennial purposes. This is a net to zero. This is the biggest ask that we have before you. Hopefully I've described the changes that the One Big Beautiful Bill did, which is why we are coming to you for this request. There's certainly a lot to explain in here, and I think I'll just maybe let you ask questions so that I'm hitting the appropriate spots.
Questions about SNAP? Representative Harrelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we see this reduction of the federal funds out of this, from what I'm seeing, this is pretty much dropping the federal funds portion out. There's not all of the federal funds, correct? But this is the amount of federal funds that were removed in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So this is just a portion of it, and we're just replacing that portion lost through this. Let me ask this question. One of the movements, because I'm getting shaking of head, so I think we're good there. As we are looking at what the One Big Beautiful Bill's intention was to narrow that scope down and try to take and bring some more stipulations on the SNAP benefits. One of which is, are we making sure that the people who are getting it are the people who need it? And then, so able-bodied young adults, and then also with looking at that work section of it. My question is, are we, by doing this, kind of keeping it as status quo and ignoring that concept? Or is this just saying, hey, we're making sure that we're servicing the people who need it while still recognizing that concept? Can you speak to that?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, that's a really good question, and I think deserves a little bit of explanation. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act has not provided us, the USDA has not provided us with any guidance on this request yet. It doesn't go into effect until October 1st, 2026. So we don't know exactly what we'll be responsible for in terms of a threshold that may be set. So this is based on previous spending. It does not contemplate a decrease in participants. To your point, there were a couple adjustments made in eligibility criteria, one of which extends the requirement for work from age 45 now up to 64. So we now have a population that's subject to work requirements that previously was not. We don't know if they'll meet the work requirements or if they'll fall off. It's actually a fairly small number, about 750 people, so it's not going to have a significant effect on our work. What I anticipate is that in coming months, we may start to see more information come in about exactly how it is they expect states to meet this requirement. The interpretation, current interpretation by outside entities not coming from the USDA is that it's an all or nothing premise. So if they set a threshold, we have to match it at our 75%, or we don't get to participate in the program as a whole. Again, that's current interpretation. We're waiting to see exactly what it is that they think the states will need to do to meet this. This request is in general of our administrative costs, going from 50% up to 75% will cost this much more in general fund dollars.
Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. Obviously, there's a lot of moving pieces we're all trying to get figured out, right? So with that, when you gave that number of 800 and some odd adults and 2,200 some odd children, that almost 3,000 number total, that was on the education piece?
Correct.
Correct? Okay, so then let's ask the next question. How many total are actually receiving SNAP benefits in the state of Wyoming? Let's get that number out.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if you, Representative Haroldson, if you go to page 62 of your budget book, and this is where the SNAP program is managed. This is where our program policy people live, and this is where the data, so you'll see, 28,000 households served in state fiscal year 25, of which 44% are children, 35% are adults. This is old data, though, remembering that the law changed in July, so we have different categories now that we'll be reporting on. Older adults at 13%, and then ABODs at 8%. In the resource document that we provided you on SNAP, we have broken down the recipients by the new categories since July 1st, so you can see how that's starting to play out now with the new criteria.
Anything else? Representative? Edelson? Anything else? Good. Other questions? Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I view this program as a way to unlock federal resources for our constituents. And I'm wondering if you could just check me on my math in terms of, even with this increased percentage that the state is using general funds on, can you help me hone in on, say, every dollar that we're spending in general funds is unlocking how much in food assistance for our constituents? I think it's every $1 unlocks $4.50, but I'm asking if you would help me with my math there.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, could you restate that so I can follow the math?
Yes, apologies. So I'm thinking in terms of return on investment.
Okay.
So being able to measure and communicate out to our colleagues for every $1 that the state spends in administering the SNAP program, how much that unlocks in food benefits for our constituents. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair?
I think I can describe that in a way that'd be helpful for the public and all of us too. I also would like to know that information that Representative Sherwood is seeking. It's just, she's asking for an overall match. What is your match number for your entire department, department-wide, general fund dollars to federal dollars? And I have a follow-up to that while you're working on that. You've mentioned a couple of times now the 6% error rate. When we look at Department of Health and the One Big Beautiful Bill, we see that anything under a 4% error rate, there's a benefit coming from the federal government. In other words, the carrot of additional funding potential in the rural health program. But here, I haven't heard anything that goes along those lines. It's more like this, in this department, it's a stick, which is always a stick if you get your error rate too high. But is there something that we haven't heard yet? Is there something where if we keep our error rate low, there's not only a lower risk of having to pay federal funds back, but also it opens up more potential federal funds available, which tags in with Representative Sherwood's question.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, and Representative Sherwood, help me, please, because I'm not sure I still have it, but let me kind of maybe tackle it from a way that I think. This is a stick. The changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill is a stick. What it really does is it shifts a lot of the federal program costs onto the states. And in all honesty, it was a way to reduce the federal burden, the federal amount of dollars. So when we say match for this particular program, not across the agency, because we match a lot of grants in a myriad of ways. This particular grant has always been 50% state general fund, 50% federal fund. Our skin in the game to participate has been the general fund, but it's technically a federal program. So the carrot or the stick then comes in and says, okay, states, if you're not performing at the required level, you're going to have to pay some of the food costs, which has always been paid 100% by the federal government. The average payment error rate throughout the US is a little over 10%. So there is going to be a reduction in general fund appropriations necessary for this program. States are going to have to increase their skin in the game by 25%, or, to pay for some of that too. So there's conversation about return on investment for a SNAP dollar. And I think maybe is that the question that you're asking? So that for every dollar spent on SNAP, for every dollar spent on SNAP, what are we getting in return? And it's a dollar spent on SNAP, not necessarily a general fund dollar or a federal fund dollar, but that $1 investment, and I'll let Ms. Marks handle that question.
Mr. Co-Chairman, Representative Sherwood, your question was specific to the general fund dollar, is that correct? And what then we get back in federal benefits as a result? So some quick math, $10.2 million general fund is the investment. Looking at that $62 million annual federal benefit that goes from the federal government to clients via an EBT card, that's about $5 on every general fund dollar that we invest, we get back in federal benefits to families. Yeah, thanks.
Questions? Any other questions? Director, Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This is special revenue history, which we'll probably call in Mr. Hibbard's expertise on this, but on page 86, we can see that child support revenue enhancement account. It's had no expenditures. It'll be anticipating the $4.2 million expenditure in the 25-26. But this, over time, we're down to a third of the balance in this account. My question is that accurate? And what's the anticipated lifespan of this account? Or are we going to do something in the future to shore it up?
Mr. Chairman, I would have been wholeheartedly disappointed if you hadn't asked that question. That's a trust fund. We don't expend out of that. We put into it, and then it funds the income account. And then further, Mr. Chairman, all of the revenue tables, and this is a shout out for Rhonda Holt and Gwen James in my office, they are aligned perfectly to the dollar. Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not that difficult. This is a general question. I'm looking at a U.S. Department of Health and Human Services press release. It's dated yesterday. So you may or may not be able to answer immediately, but I will want an answer when it's available. In this press release states that state child welfare agencies often intercept federal benefits such as Social Security survivor benefits earned through a deceased parent's lifetime contributions that are intended for a child in foster care. Agencies then use these funds to reimburse their own costs. The Administration for Children and Families has notified 39 governors to end this practice. There are apparently 12 states that already have protections against this. Can you tell me where Wyoming stands?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, we are one of the many states who do intercept. We received the letter yesterday, so we are informed of this. And in fact, I had a conversation with Assistant Secretary Adams about this very issue. We started to do preliminary investigation into that, and we estimate about $200,000 a year is what we intercept from survivor benefits. We believe we'll be able to absorb that and to comply with the request, but we're still doing the math, so I do not want to promise. This has been an age-old policy call that all the states have chosen to intercept those benefits to offset the cost of care. For some states, it's a significant amount of money. And so I imagine that states are going to have to think about a general fund appropriations or some way to cover those costs. But to the point about, for example, independent living services and kids aging out of care, it's the right thing to do for them to have access to those dollars if they don't have a parent to help them, if a parent has passed away. So we believe in the request, and we're looking into it.
Please.
Director, do you know those states that have those protections to avoid this? They've made a decision to do a different policy, make sure that the kids are getting the funds. Are they doing that statutorily? How are they protecting these kids in this situation?
Mr. Chairman, or Co-Chairman Bear, I do not know the answer to that question. We'll find that out. If they're doing it through legislation or if it's just a policy call.
Representative Alaman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. I've just noticed throughout the budget that our in-state and out-of-state travel is fairly significant. Can you speak to me about that a little, please?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Alamand, in the particular budget that we're looking at right now, which is Budget Unit 5915, you will see an incredible amount of in-state and out-of-state travel. This particular unit budget is the budget that funds caseworker visits to children. We're required to see children in our care once a month, regardless of where they are. So if we have a child that's in placement across the US, we will go visit them, and that's what the out-of-state travel is for. Most recently, we had children placed with family in Puerto Rico, and we were making that trip. We were able to make it once a quarter. There's some provisions that allow us to reduce, but once a quarter, we were sending 2 workers to Puerto Rico.
Other question? Yes, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have to go to Puerto Rico? Next time, please send me.
Other questions? Any other questions? So Director, is that the end of your exception request? So let me give you a minute to wrap up your requests.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, just in a quick little wrap up, first I want to thank my team. I work with some incredibly intelligent people. They are agile, they're flexible, they can find answers at the drop of a hat. So the work that they've put into preparation for all of this is tremendous. We have a complicated budget. The question around match, I think, is a big one. Throughout any of our general fund dollars throughout the budget, you can assume that half of those or more are matched with federal funds. The only place we really have flexibility in our budget around general fund comes in our youth facilities. There are no federal dollars attached to those monies, and to some extent in the services that we provide to families and children through placements. The federal government doesn't provide the states with a lot of federal assistance when it comes to child welfare outside of family foster care. So match and maintenance of effort are a big deal for us. We also have block grants that require us to pony up our share which means that we have to dedicate a certain portion or a certain amount of general funds and spend them in a similar way in order to receive the block grant dollars. I say that just from an educational perspective because it's not as clear-cut as maybe Medicaid, where you see a one-to-one. You see a lot of our federal dollars that are dispersed throughout our budget, and oftentimes then we're spending general fund in that particular budget to get that federal dollar. I think just in closing, I very much appreciate this opportunity. I'm not sure I'll go as far as Madam Auditor to say this is the best day all year, but certainly, we certainly appreciate the chance for you to hear and see what we do every day. The role of government is an interesting question right now, and one that I think we need to continue to ask. But because I know so much about the families we serve and the conditions in which they live and what they face every day, I do think we have an obligation to protect our most vulnerable. How that's done, that's a policy call. Certainly from where I sit, I think we run a very efficient ship. I think we provide excellent services, so I think we're a solid delivery mechanism for it. All that said, you have a nice break ahead of you, and then you're back in the grind. We look forward to seeing you again. I'm hoping for no callbacks. I'm hoping that we covered everything that you needed today, but certainly we're always available and ready.
So Director, I hear time and time again, agency people say to us, I don't want your job as appropriators because it's so difficult. But I would say to you, I wouldn't want your job because the work that you do is so important, dealing with the most vulnerable members of our population in Wyoming. And I can only imagine the stories that you could tell us of heartbreaking encounters that you've had. This committee is going to have to make some very difficult decisions. And I appreciate you coming today. Thank you. For the benefit of the committee, I'm going to take a break. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock and go right into the Stable Token Commission. Thank you. I will bring this meeting back to order of the Joint Appropriations Committee. Director Richards, what do we have next?
The next agency for your consideration is Agency 91.
Can I stop for just a minute? You know, Representative Sherwood, did you have something you wanted to share? Because I think it's probably really, really important, so.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'm going to speak for all of us in saying how appreciative we are of our staff. This has been a long 2 weeks. We have digested so much information, and you guys are coming in early, you're staying late, you're crunching numbers for us so that we can ask intelligent questions, that we can make good policy based on the support you provide us, from the coffee, the snacks. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you so much for the support that you provide to us so that we can be good stewards of public dollars and do our best to serve our constituents. So thank you guys so very, very much.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you also for all the unintelligent questions we asked that you listened to as well.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'd like to extend the same thank you to not just our staff, but the Budget Office staff and their willingness to sit here and answer our silly questions as well. And we appreciate your attentiveness through this whole time, and we just appreciate you.
Yeah, and I would like to pile on too, and simply say without the fiscal numbers, without the technical information, without the history of the past, we just couldn't do our jobs. So I appreciate that. So with that, I interrupted Director Richards. Who do we have next?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, thank you for that. I would remind the committee we do not have a bill yet, so more work to do. The next agency for your consideration is Agency 91. It is the Stable Token Commission. This is first appeared in the budget formally in last biennium, the 25-26 biennium, and here to present the budget is the Executive Director, Anthony Apollo.
Please. Director Apollo, good to have you here. Thank you for coming. Looking forward to your budget, and please identify anyone you're with. And the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to present this morning. My name is Anthony Apollo, and I have the privilege of having served as the Executive Director of the Wyoming Stable Token Commission since September of 2023. I'm joined this morning by our agency's Chief Financial Officer, Joseph Saldana, who I believe is online. And I'm also joined by Rory Horsley, who serves as Administrator in the A&I Accounting Division. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we'll stay focused on the budget request, but I do want to remind the committee that there are several items in your docket. We have our 600-900 series report, an assessment of HR 1, also known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and our telework report, as requested by the committee. We've also included a fact book because we are a new agency. We have a number of moving parts. We felt that that was helpful to clarify some of it outside of the budget and narrative. So that is a supplemental document, and we'll see if we need to reference it. But that way, if you have any additional questions, we can reference that doc as well. So, Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to do is quickly provide a bit of preamble because this is our second appearance per Director Richards' comment. However, this is really the first time we've gone through the full process. When we did the BFY 25 process, I was here for about 4 months as a one-man agency. So this is really the first time we've taken a good swing at it, but I also want to make sure that everyone is aware of what it is we're actually trying to build here. So to quickly begin with just a bit of history, the Wyoming Stable Token Act passed during the 2023 legislative section, creating statute at Title 40, Chapter 31, Section 101 and thereon, which generated two statutory mandates. The first was the creation of the Wyoming Stable Token Commission, which is chaired by Governor Gordon, and he's joined there by Treasurer Meyer and Auditor Racines. There's also 4 subject matter experts on the commission. The commission prides itself on transparency, meeting monthly in a public forum, releasing its blockchain research and code, and now publishing monthly attestation reports with independent review and opinions. The second statutory mandate created by the Act was generating the Wyoming Stable Token. A stable token is a digital asset on a blockchain backed by real dollars in United States treasuries. You can think of a blockchain as a digital ledger of asset ownership that is global, publicly available, and immutable. Transactions on a blockchain allow users to send and receive digital assets peer-to-peer and without intermediaries, settling in seconds and with fees typically pennies or less, regardless of the size of the transaction. Stable tokens or stable coins are a blockchain-based asset that allow users to transact in fiat currency with all the benefits I just mentioned and mitigate the volatility of cryptocurrencies. The Wyoming Stable Token is the first fiat-backed and fully reserved stable token to be issued by a public entity in the United States. It's backed by cash and US Treasuries, which bear interest as you hold them. As that interest income is generated, those returns come back to the state and ultimately are deposited in the state's school foundation program. In that capacity, the Wyoming Stable Token is intended to help diversify revenues in the state and fund education, therefore decreasing the burden on Wyoming's taxpayers. It is also the culmination of nearly a decade of work performed by this legislature in making Wyoming the leading state for digital asset legislation. So with that preamble, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to continue with our state of the agency.
With what?
With our state of the agency.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So beginning on page 3, I've already provided a bit of an agency overview, so we could take a shortcut there. But in terms of the agency background and structure, at this time, the commission only has 1 division and 1 unit, and as you'll see shortly, 1 exception request. We currently have 5 full-time at-will employee contractors, and we've been appropriated a budget of $5.8 million for the current biennium. That includes $266,000 of unallocated, unencumbered funds from the prior biennium, where we were granted about $500,000 through statute. In this year, we've had about 1/3 of those appropriated funds budgeted for the resources and 2/3 budgeted for third-party vendors. As of October 31st, less than $2 million has been expended in the current biennium. We engage those vendors because we are a small team and there is much to build. So we have run a robust procurement process that's helped us bring together partners to operate the front-to-back life cycle of the stable token. That includes generating the smart contracts, which are the code that runs the stable tokens, and the security around them, reserves management, i.e. where the dollars go and how they get invested when stable tokens are purchased from the commission. And we also pay very close attention to the oversight, compliance, and attestation that gives us the transparency we need to espouse a lot of confidence from the public. We also do not sell Wyoming stable tokens directly to individuals or the retail end user. We partner with what we call licensed service providers to become essentially resellers of the token. What that allows us to do is leverage their existing compliance programs, Know Your Customer, anti-money laundering. We perform Know Your Business checks on them, or KYB, and that allows us to leverage their large existing audiences rather than trying to bootstrap from scratch on our side. In regards to some challenges, risks, and priorities, this, in terms of a challenge, we are certainly novel. This is the first time something like this has been done. Regarding the risks, one of the things we pay close attention to, we'll talk about a little bit more later, is interest rate sensitivity, because we back the stable token with US Treasuries. If the interest rates start to decrease, that could potentially decrease the revenues generated by the state. And one of our key priorities is scalability. The faster this grows, the more users we get, the longer stable tokens stay as stable tokens without being redeemed for dollars, the better it is for our ecosystem. We've had a great number of successes over the last biennium. We've scaled the team from 1 individual, being myself, for about a year. We've hired, since then again, a chief risk and compliance officer, a chief financial officer, chief information security officer, and a senior business project manager. I'd also note that I believe this may be the one-year anniversary for both our CISO and our CFO. We've also promulgated several sets of rules for the commission. Key among them are reserves management, how the commission treats the dollars and the treasuries that back the token, as well as token management, how tokens are minted, redeemed, and if there's any kind of lawful directive that we receive that causes us or mandates that we take some kind of action. That is all carved out in rulemaking. We are the first body in the United States of America to do that. Rulemaking has not been done around the Genius Act, which is the stablecoin legislation at the federal level. We are first. We run a quarterly blockchain selection process where we assess 30 and more chains every quarter with roughly 24 objective criteria to see which technology stack best allows us to get the Wyoming stable token into circulation. And we are rapidly approaching a launch before the end of this year. We've laid out a couple of steps of how we got there, starting with initial deployment on test nets, where developers typically deploy things to make sure they're working all right back in March. And we've had a long testing cadence along the way to make sure we've methodically built a strong foundation for this agency and its operations. And efficiencies I'll be quick about, or efficient. We've used technology to great extent to automate a lot of the processes within the agency and in collecting data from counterparties, whether those be vendors, those licensed service providers, and others that we are working with. We're a very flat organization. The C-suite reports to myself, as is our senior business project manager. And then I report to the governor of the executive branch. Again, the governor is also our chairman. There's also additional oversight from the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Innovation, and Digital Innovation Technology. I'll note that this is the existing structure. We did have a request this year to onboard a business project management analyst, which is the BAPM 09 level in the HRT classification at MPP, rolling up to the senior business project management analyst. We had requested that the senior business project management analyst also receive a promotion to enterprise project management at MPP. You will see later that the recommendation from the governor was to keep everyone at the AWAC level and continue with no salary increases. Regarding our performance measures, as I've mentioned just minutes ago, key for us is adoption and scale. The more users we have, the more stable tokens in circulation, the more revenue we can generate for this state. That leads us to the second performance measure here, which is, again, the returns. This is a great way to diversify revenue for the state. And we also, as an agency, have an obligation to pay back all the dollars we've taken from the general funds to fund this endeavor. Those dollars go back to the general fund as a break even before this program starts to scale. And then once that break even is accomplished, the goal here is to return the interest income to the school foundation fund on a quarterly basis, making us a public good and one of the only such initiatives in the digital asset space.
Where are we on the break even?
So that is a great question. One of the things we can point to, again, I know I alluded to the fact book earlier. If you were to quickly turn to the last page of that booklet, you'll see some high-level projections for the current biennium. There are some assumptions here, including a growth rate based on the growth of incumbent stablecoins, such as USDC from Circle and USDT from Tether. We have assumptions around the frontier stable token in circulation. We've jumped a little bit, so let me just preface that while Wyoming stable token we use to generally describe any token fitting within our framework of legislation, rule, policy, procedure, and technology. The first token we've issued is the frontier stable token for the state of Wyoming. It is not out of the question that this agency may look to issue tokens on behalf of other states based on the interest we've received. Pardon the tangent. So in terms of the break even, we've put together projections that will show that we can break even in a best case scenario, which is still fairly conservative, in Q2 of 2027, in a base case in Q1 of 2028, in a worst case scenario where you have greatly lowering interest rates, you may be just a bit short, about $2 million short of breaking even. However, I want to make one key point about this, and again, I know we jumped right to this. One of the controls we have around the stable token is a statutory requirement to over-collateralize our reserves up to 2%. And that has to happen before we can return any funds back to the state, either for the extinguishment of the obligation to the general fund, or to the agency, or to the school foundation fund. What we've done here is also shown if we did not have that over-collateralization first, we would be breaking even much faster and returning more money to the state. I'll also note, and this is the last paragraph of that projection, the page here, that there is a proposed amendment to the Stable Token Act at 26 LSO 57, where that would rearrange the waterfall of funding so that the agency could pay down the obligation first, hit that break-even point, and then start the over-collateralization process.
Just cut to the chase. Your argument is that we need to stay the course. You can see the point where we will do the break even, and then eventually, obviously, start seeing income from the revenue coming in. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I will also note that this is just a snapshot. We've got some very highly developed financials in the back end. If this committee wanted to see more information, myself and our CFO, Joseph Saldana, are happy to provide that.
I think you're aware that the state legislature is always antsy about when are we going to get the returns on the investment. And but I assume you know that.
Mr. Chairman, I think we've got some great math behind what it is we're doing. I would again say that these are very conservative numbers for growth based on the growth of this industry. One of the other pages in the fact book that is included here references some of the data that's been generated recently by Citigroup. This is going to be on page 18, saying that their prediction is that stablecoins will be a $4 trillion industry in about 5 years. Right now, it's about $300 billion. We are going to be the only public entrant into this market. And we've had conversations with non-government organizations who have a lot more confidence working with a government agency with all the transparency we have, our ability to go cross-border because we're a sovereign entity. They'd much rather work with us than the leading stablecoin issuer Tether because they're not as transparent, they're not as forthcoming. And the other large domestic stablecoin issuer is called Circle. They're a great and robust company. They also have 800 people, I will note. And they are now a public company following an IPO earlier this year. It's their ultimate responsibility to their shareholders. We come along as a public good, and that has raised a lot of interest from NGOs, states, and other municipalities.
So I'll be honest, I'm trying to learn more about the stable token. And on a conservative estimate, over the next decade, if we were to continue with this course, what would be the state's take? What would we conceivably see with regard to revenue for the state if we continued this program?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, based on conversations we're having just with NGOs in the wake of USAID being dismantled, the concerns about how much money was being skimmed off the top of transactions, those organizations are all now looking to stablecoins as a solution because they can go from point A to point B without interdiction. We're talking about trillions of dollars. And that would return at, again, 2% interest, $20 billion for the state annually, if we were to have a $1 trillion stablecoin. Now, that would take some time to build to. That's not tomorrow. That may be over the next 5 to 7 years. But that's how I'm thinking about that, and that's the projections that I'm seeing.
Okay, yes, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm looking at your exception request, and I see $2.4 million for advertising, and I think to myself, you could buy a Super Bowl commercial with that. But assuming you don't want to spend it all in one place, how do you plan to advertise this stable token?
Sure. Through the chair, Representative Pendergraft, that is a great question. So we are looking to work with a number of our vendors and partners who have greater reach than we do at this point for some of that effort. We would look in the next biennium to perhaps bring on an additional vendor that's focused on marketing. We have not done that in this biennium. It doesn't make sense to do that until we have the token launched and ready to go. We're not willing to spend money that we don't need to. But also a large portion of that would be representing our relationship with what we call market makers, which are the financial entities that provide liquidity into a system. Essentially, they would be buyers and sellers of stable tokens to make sure they were available on different marketplaces. And that is a service that does come at a cost. That's something that we carved out as well. Now, again, as with prior bienniums, the hope is we don't have to spend all that money. If we don't have to spend it, then we won't. But that is a large part of the marketing effort, and that would be one of the vendor kind of categories to help us accomplish that.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that's a large part. I guess I'm looking more at the entire strategy. Presumably, people who are into this sort of thing would spend time on the internet. I would imagine a few dollars go a long ways there, but again, setting the market makers aside, what else is in the hopper?
Through the chair, Representative Pendergraft, the vast majority of that would be the market makers. And again, if we were going to do a more robust marketing effort in terms of just promotion on social media, in-person campaigns, that would fall into that bucket as well. There are certainly organizations we can engage that have presence at many of these conferences in the cryptocurrency or digital asset industry that happen pretty much week to week. That's not something we have the ability to accommodate or travel to every week. We have to stay focused on the task at hand. But having representation at different organizations that are digital asset focused around the world is certainly one vector there.
Mr. Co-Chair.
How'd you know I was going to ask a question? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I've got a whole line of questioning, so I'll just start with this. How many stable tokens? You did a press release earlier this year. How many stable tokens have you sold to date?
So through the chair, Representative Baer, the stable token is not available for public sale yet. That was an announcement of the deployment of the stable token to 7 different interoperable blockchains that is now live. So that's led us downstream to some internal testing. We subsequently, to the technical part being done, had to set up the financial infrastructure, which required the engagement of Franklin Advisors as an investment manager and Fiduciary Trust as a custodian. And that has led us to actually being able to purchase tokens ourselves, start the process of creating a ladder structure of investments in the portfolio, testing the redemptions and the burns of the token, creating all of our processes and automations around that, which has taken some months, but we expect the token to be live by the end of this month.
Live by the end of this month. I think it was last year this time that you came before the board and said that, or this committee and said that we needed the funding now or we weren't going to be first. We're a year later, 12 months later, still haven't started ours, so I don't know, do you consider us to be first even though we haven't launched, we haven't actually got one out there that people can purchase? Or is it just based on the fact that you've put out a press release, said that it is live, even though people can't buy it? I mean, are we live? Are we the first ones? Or is it just based on the fact that you're first ones to create rules? I'm trying to figure out where we're at compared to the rest of the nation, because it was a real big pressure deal last time. Had to spend money in order to be the first. And now we're looking at not only replacing the $5.8 million that we funded initially, but $3 million more above and beyond that. So help me understand, what do we have to do to be first, or are we already first?
Through the chair, Co-Chairman Baer, respectively, I would think we are first. I would say we are first. I will confidently say that we are first. The other states that have put out other similar announcements would include the Bank of North Dakota regarding their Rough Rider coin. That is maybe a 2026 item, and that is not something meant to be available for retail users at any point. We're still the only ones doing that. Nebraska has created a digital asset bill to create financial institutions similar to SPDIs. They claim they were first. Governor Gordon responded back on social media reminding them that we've been first on these initiatives. We are first. And beyond that, I will also add, while I understand that we were here last year asking for funding, again, the agency was only myself at that point. We had to build a team. We had to bring on vendors. We had to onboard them, build the tech stack with them. And we've accomplished the vast majority of that. I agree to a certain extent that it feels like we've been knocking on the 1-yard line for a bit, but we are looking to get this done by the end of the year,
By the end of the year, this year.
this year.
I'll be able to go on your website and purchase one this year.
Through the chair, Co-Chairman Bear, that is the intent.
Okay. Mr. Co-Chair? So you've got, you described, I think, 5 employees that you've accumulated, and there's got to be a great deal of effort and expense in getting that taken care of. You spent about $2 million, a little under, you said, of the 5.8. So you've still got $3.8 million to go forward. How long is that 3.8 million going to last?
Through the chair, Co-Chairman Bear, the expectation is we would not spend the rest of the $3 million in the remainder of the biennium. I think we've got about, beyond just the salaries and the standard recurring expenses, potentially one more vendor contract of about $70,000 is a big expense, big external expense. But beyond that, we'd be pretty status quo until again we start bringing on market makers when the token is live. My projections, if we are engaging the market makers by the end of this biennium, we'll still come in at about $4.5 million of spend for BFY '25. If we are able to negotiate well with those market makers and they, that fee is not something that we incur in this biennium, we would not be spending more than $3.8 million. So the expectation is whatever is left over would be rolled over to the following biennium.
So that begs the question of, now asking for $8 million going forward. I assume that, the 6 employees, that means you're going to add another one beyond what you've got already. You're at $8 million for the remaining 2 years, plus the carryover of potentially $1 or $2 million from the previous 5.8 million. So now we're at $10 million for the next 2 years. Is that good math?
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, no, we'd be subtracting the $2 million from the $8 million because we're rolling over the unencumbered, unspent funds from BFY '25 into BFY '27. So that would be already appropriate dollars.
You'll revert those $2 million.
That was the word I was looking for.
There you
Mr.
go.
Co-Chairman,
Okay.
thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you. So those $2 million will revert. We'd go $8 million to go forward. Representative Pendergraft asked about advertising. I'd like to ask about, return on investment on these people. Because this is a pretty high salary that we're looking at here. And I think you're asking for these to be AWEX, are you not?
Through the chair, Co-Chair Bear.
At will.
That is correct.
So that allows you to pay them higher salaries, I assume. So maybe in this field, you need to pay higher salaries, but $2 million, that's considerable for 6 people. So I'm looking at some of our other agencies that do generate revenue. The Department of Tourism is one of those, but the Secretary of State has a $28,000, I'm sorry, I moved on to out-of-state travel. They're spending $28,000 and they're generating $130 million per biennium. With $28,000 in travel, you're at $120,000 in travel. Can you explain that?
Through the chair, Co-Chairman Bear. So from the travel perspective, again, there is certainly expected to be an ROI on that. Part of that, again, may be travel for events and promotion, as Representative Pendergraft alluded to. But this is also travel meeting with other members of governments. We've been in conversations about 10 different states at this point about helping them launch a stable token or potentially launching one on our infrastructure. We've also been asked to meet with the National Assembly of South Korea about collaboration on this, similarly with the LDP in Japan. So there's certainly a bit of a carve out there. Again, if we don't have to spend it, we won't. But we certainly have we've received sufficient inbound from governments both domestically and internationally, for which if we were going to consummate a deal, there may be travel required.
So that begs a lot of questions. You've told my co-chairman that there could be virtually trillions of dollars in the next 5 to 7 years for the state to be involved with. A year ago, we were trying to be first. Now we're being asked to help other states. on the travel issue, why wouldn't we have these states and other countries come to us rather than us go to them if they're interested? And number two, why would we help them if we're trying to be first?
So through the chair, Co-Chairman Bear, the manner in which we would collaborate with other political entities or subdivisions would be issuing the token on their behalf. And that's one of the things we're looking at. So if that was the case, it would have to be under our own statute in which Wyoming is controlling the reserves and generating the interest income off of those underlying reserves. So such collaboration would be in our financial best interest.
So I want to get to Representative Harrelson in just 1 second. So, Mr. Apollo, are we going to succeed?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe we're going to succeed, and we're trying like hell to do it.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Executive Director Apollo. Thanks for being here with us. A bit of a rocky road. Obviously, you guys are playing in an uncharted territories. You're playing with us, and we get that. But honestly, as we've walked this through, we have seen kind of those bumps and bruises along the way of this battle. Couple questions. First of all, on the ROI side and the recouping of expenses on your page 35, you have $8,098,315. That doesn't fully, I mean, so we obviously have your first biennium worth of expenses that we're not taking into consideration, correct? So that was kind of just to get it started. We're not recouping those expenses, or are we recouping those expenses?
Through the chair, Representative Harrelson, the $233,000 expended in the 2023 biennium is also intended to be recouped. And the $266,000 that was left over, again unencumbered, was reverted back to the 2025 budget we have now. So the 5.8 is already less the 266 plus the interest earned. So it's about 5.5 that we've been newly appropriated in this biennium. And if we were to spend every dollar of that 5.8, we still wouldn't be breaking past $6 million on the repayment.
Follow up?
Please.
Thank you. So with this, I think that one of the concerns that we're hearing across the board is, I'm hearing from constituents, constitutionally, where does this stand? I mean, obviously, this is uncharted territory, and it's interesting in the cryptocurrency world, we are minting coins, and in our constitution, we don't have the right to mint coins. And so the question that I have is, we are sitting there saying state supremacy, but where does state supremacy in this line up? I mean, I know we're going back to kind of a 23 conversation, but these are the conversations that people are still asking. Predominantly, a lot of the constituents of Wyoming look at cryptocurrency kind of with a wary eye. And so talk to the people listening right now as they look at this and they sit there and see $120,000 in travel and they see all of these things and they're like, hey, that isn't the Wyoming way. Talk to us about what that looks like constitutionally and structurally to say, hey, we're going to have an ROI on this that's going to really answer some questions and concerns moving forward in our state, and this is going to be a way that we can take and move us forward in an intelligent way. Can you talk to that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, happy to. So the first, in terms of the constitutional contravention, you're referring to Article 1 of the Constitution, states cannot mint their own coin. We are not minting currency. We've had our lawyers and the AG work on a formal opinion that is privileged, so I don't know if I'm allowed to share that, but we can certainly discuss it if there is interest. There's several different facets that make us, candidly, not a currency, right? It's hard to sell to me that we're a currency if we back our digital asset with the US dollar. I think that's a very key, just structural response there. But I also want to point out that there's constituents that I hear from who are concerned that they're going to be forced to use a Wyoming stable token. We make it very clear in our user agreement and other legal documents that no one can be mandated to accept this as legal tender. That would push us into the currency realm, and we want to avoid that. We're not trying to put our finger on the scale here either. I'd also note, since we're talking about constitutionality, I would say the Constitution impacts us in a very positive way in comparison to the other private incumbent stablecoins, privately issued incumbent stablecoins. What I mean by that is, in the discussions we've had with exchanges or law enforcement agencies, they have referred to what they call customary freezes, where you get a call from someone at a three-letter agency, they call up an exchange or an issuer, and they say, we need to freeze this token over here because we don't know what's going on. And those exchanges will do it. And you as a citizen may not know that happens. You may not have recourse. We've taken a look at some of those situations. We've looked at Circle's terms of service, which prohibited, yes, using their USDC stable token for illicit activity, but also prohibited the purchase of firearms, the prohibition of purchasing prescription medicine. We said that would put a chilling effect on the Second Amendment if we did that. So between that and our position on interdiction, where we cannot do any kind of search or seizure without a lawful court order, a definitive court order, we rely on the Constitution's protections more for this stablecoin, which will be granted to the citizens who carry it, than any other technology in the same realm.
One more follow-up, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Apollo, so thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I think it's good for people to hear that again, because as we were a couple of years down the road here and bringing this conversation back up, I think that's healthy. What blockchain is going to be servicing this, and where did we land on that? Because I know that's where some of that bumps in the roads came, and I want to talk about that. Are we at a point where a Wyoming-based entity is servicing this and providing that blockchain for the stable token?
So through the chair, Representative Haraldson, just one quick catchphrase I'll use on your previous question. In our user agreement, we say that the Wyoming stable token is available for any lawful purpose. And I think that's what I really want to resonate as part of this dialogue. So that's step one. Secondly, we have deployed the Wyoming stable tokens on 7 different interoperable blockchains. So we didn't pick just one. We ran and continue to run a quarterly assessment exercise of roughly 30 different blockchain platforms, using roughly 24 objective criteria, because for the most part, you can go on a blockchain and see transactions occurring, volatility, how many assets they have on a given chain. So we have 12 different candidate blockchains. We have issued the token on 7 of them with our vendors and our partners. And those are all, the ones that have been deployed are all interoperable out of the gate. So if you want to take your funds from one network and move it to another, you are able to do so of your own free will.
Sorry, I said one more. Can I have one more?
You can have one more.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to circle back around AWACS FTEs. It's not typical to have an agency fully AWAC'd. And in that, a way that I view that and I question is it kind of seems like the salary classifications get a little blurry in the AWAC world. Can you speak to why you're a fully AWAC'd agency instead of FTE and falling into the state's salary classifications?
Through the chair, Representative Haraldson, I think you're pretty close to the mark on that one. There's two really ways I look at this. One is, if we're going to be FTEs, that means we're a permanent fixture of the state going forward.
Okay.
I would like for this agency to have a stable token that is live, purchasable, and generating revenue for the state before I make the argument that we should be on the state's pension and receive that into perpetuity once we retire in X number of years. Yes, the AWAC salaries are higher than some of the positions on the pay scale. I would note that if you were to look at some of these roles in private industry, while they are high for state government, we're about 40 to 60% at private, right? And we're not getting pension, we're not getting bonuses nor equity. And to be clear, nor are we asking for it. This team is incredibly mission-driven. That's why we're here and we're doing this job.
Director Paulo, I want to give you time for the exception request because I know there's going to be additional questions. So why don't we just get that out of the way?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So flipping to our exception request, I will summarize quickly. It is one priority, is one exception request. Either this all fires or it doesn't. We have $2,333,000 for the AWAC resources and their associated benefits, as just discussed. So about 30% of the total ask. Another roughly 30% is our 200 series at $2,531,400. That covers, again, the advertising promotion, which may include market makers. That includes travel, and that includes our maintenance agreements with ETS. That's the website that they provide, some other infrastructure. Our 400 series is $12,028. That is the website also provided by ETS and is the shared services like Google Drive, as well as telecom, so cell phones and other devices. And then the remaining 40% is allocated for vendors. That amount is $3,256,898. And I will note that when we put that number together, we did speak with the vendors we've currently engaged to assess who needs to be on board for the next biennium and what those agreements look like. Because as we've called out somewhere else in this narrative, but just to paraphrase here, there are companies we've engaged that have done their job, and we can move on from that relationship. There are companies that provide software as a service or monthly services that will continue to engage on a month-to-month basis. And there are vendors we've engaged in this biennium whose work or substantive work may be done in the next biennium. So for example, having an audit done by a third party of the agency, that is something that cannot happen until after June 30th of 2026. So the fee for that audit will definitively be in BFY 27. So what we made sure to do proactively was reach out and speak with all these partners about what those fees look like going into the next biennium, so that number is well informed. That brings us to a total of $8,134,262. I will note that the governor's exception change does remove, as mentioned before, the roughly $35,000 that was previously allocated for a promotion. Again, we're keeping everybody where they are. And the justification here for this is the team of 5 is working extremely hard and diligently on getting this thing publicly available for sale. We also need the vendors alongside us to build with and maintain the operation. You can't have the stable token without the team just running the vendors because you don't have the sovereign protections of the individuals in the agency to hit the buttons. You can't get rid of the vendors and leave just the team, although we are, as we can, bringing more and more of the tech stack in-house and taking more and more control over it to lower those costs over time. We do still need month-to-month support from other teams. And then we've also noted we do, again, going back to the market makers and that 208 line item, we do require the service of these licensed service providers to help us circulate the token in the immediate term. Again, the hope is we bootstrap this and then becomes more organic over time once it gets live and people come directly to us for larger scale purchases.
So, yes. So with the indulgence of the committee, I do have a couple questions, but I want to recognize Director Richards, but can either Director Hibbert or Don Richards tell me, since we've stood this up, what has been the investment that the state has spent on this so far? Or are you, Director?
Mr. Chairman, if you're looking for specific expenses, I have both of our BFY 23 and BFY 25
Correct.
numbers, if you would like those. They might be in a folder. $233,000 in BFY 23, plus $2 million roughly spent to date in this biennium. And again, that may go up to as high as 3.8 if we do not engage market makers, but have other expenses, or 4.5 if we engage others. So either way, it's under $5 million.
Director Richards, did you have something?
Mr. Chairman, we engage very limitedly, but there are 2 technical points on this, and it might be just a vocabulary on the first one, but if you're looking at page 15, which was just summarized by the executive director, in that last bullet before subsection B, the request, and I understand the numbers have changed since this was prepared in August, the request is to carry this money forward, meaning they retain any unspent funds plus the $8 million. The prior testimony said the reverse, that they would revert. So we need clarity as to, are they going to give back the unspent funds, or are they going to retain the unspent funds? And I have one more minor question after that.
Okay. Can you give it?
Mr. Chairman, the intent here is certainly to revert the funds. You're not looking to retain them, is that correct? No. We're going to carry forward the funds, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay. Director?
Mr. Chairman, just one more technical point, and we can address this in markup, but on page 18, The governor's recommendation to reduce the salary increase of $32,000 should be taken out of the employer, or the AWEC line 0110, not the FTE line 0103, so we don't have a negative in the appropriation, meaning that person's not going to be paying us.
Mr. Chairman, if I may direct a question to Director Richards? Go ahead. Just want to make sure we're looking at the same version. You're saying that there's a $33,000 expense on 103 on yours?
Mr. Chairman, yes, at the top of page 18, the first line, we have a printed copy that says negative $32,739.
Mr. Chairman, Director Richards, I think you're looking at an old copy. I know that that was an erroneous version that was provided and was corrected, so there should not be, the version that's currently on the website is, has that correctly in the 105 series.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, Director, I guess my thought is this, you know, you're singularly unique, unlike any other agency or commission that's come before us. The state has invested in you for millions. You're asking for more money this biennium with the possible astronomical profit that possibly could be received by the state. And I guess I'm in a bit of a quandary because we're already, you know, we're in it now from the standpoint of the state investing in this. And I guess my question to you again is, I need from you a comfort level that this is on the way to success, particularly given the additional requests for this biennium. So can you talk to the committee about how you see us going forward so that this will be a profit for the state?
Mr. Chairman, I can assure you that the team is working extremely diligently. We provided the telework report. I cited the amount of overtime that we're working in there. I do not do that as a woe is me, trust me. This is just to indicate how much work and effort this is actually requiring. Again, Circle has 800 people, Tether has 150, we have 5, and we're trying to get on the same level as that. So we've been working diligently to accomplish that. We've been doing it in an incredibly methodical way, also because we are the first government entity to ever get into something like this. We have to retrofit a state statutory framework into work that's being done by startups, right? But if we're able to figure that out, and I believe we have with the rules, the policies, the procedures, the partners that we have, the blockchains we deployed on, the foundations that represent them, we are well positioned as some of those incredibly large, well-capitalized companies who have a lot more zeros in their war chest than we do.
So I guess I would say that there are some members of the legislature whose patience is running thin. Maybe that's because we don't completely understand it as you do. Maybe it's because it's taking time. Do you foresee you coming to us during the supplemental for additional funds?
Mr. Chairman, I did not come to this committee with a supplemental ask last year. We managed things quite tightly. We've been very strict fiscal stewards of the capital that's been allocated to us.
Okay, my co-chair and then Representative Pendergraph, and we'll keep on going.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Last year, we had quite a lengthy discussion about the freeze and seize capability. I assume you've got that all nailed down now. You have freeze and seize capability.
Through the chair, Co-Chairman Bear, we do, but I want to be specific, as I mentioned to Representative Harrelson during his comment, we cannot touch it without a valid court order.
Understood.
We were very intentional. I will, if I may add one thing about how much of a reference we are for others now. Circle, who I've been mentioning along the way, the domestic stablecoin issuer, after all the discussions we had about the inability to purchase firearms with their USDC stable token, they actually rescinded that and changed their policy about 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
I'm gonna have several here, Mr. Co-Chair. So appreciate that you're paying attention to our feelings about firearms accessibility and the Second Amendment in this committee and in this body. That discussion about freeze and seize really goes back to, you know, what's the demand going to be if we have this? Because in my mind, this is really going down the path of central banking, digital currency. Gordon, our Governor Gordon signed a bill just in February of this year prohibiting any CBDC in this state. But we seem to be, you know, trying to put something that's centrally controlled and is working with the federal banking administration. And it seems to me that that's going to limit the customer base. I wish that we're online right now so we could see, you know, what's the demand for this? Because when I think of this competing with, you know, all the other tokens out there, which don't have the stable backing. Obviously, there's value in the stable backing to some people, but it certainly takes away, you know, that movement away from cash and other banking venues and abilities when it comes down to something that is really centrally controlled and has a lot of the features that the Fed really can use to take that money away. So I understand it can only happen under a court order, but my question is, again, just like it was last year, what's the demand really going to be for this when we have all these features that really look like CBDC? And are we in violation of the bill that was passed this year?
So through the chair, Co-Chairman Bear, I think there's a number of great questions in there. We'll start in reverse order. You're referring to the Genius Act, which is the stablecoin legislation passed at the federal level. The position of this commission is that we are not subject to the Genius Act. That is because the way the Genius Act defines issuers as permitted payment stablecoin issuers, you have to be a person to be one of those issuers. Those include banks, trusts, fintechs, and other business entities. There's no room in there for a state to be overseen by the federal government, a state issuer to be overseen by the federal government. And actually, to your point, the Genius Act will make everyone else look like the CBDC you just referenced, because freeze and seize is required as part of the Genius Act. So everyone's going to have those features if they are an incumbent. And to that extent, because we're outside of the Genius Act, we become more alluring.
So actually, I wasn't talking about the Genius Act. I appreciate you sharing that information. I was talking about the state bill that was passed last year prohibiting CBDC in the state of Wyoming.
Through the chair, Co-Chairman Bear, thank you for the clarification. I do not believe we would be considered a CBDC under that bill. We're not, you know, we don't have central bank, we don't have a central bank function, we don't have central bank funding. I think the two key concerns when it comes to CBDCs is, A, you can issue functionally money without backing it, so it's a hot button on the debt printer, which is not something we'd want to espouse. I think there's also relevant privacy concerns about CBDCs as well. But again, we're being very careful about the information we are collecting and often trying to be de minimis on that. That's one of the reasons why we KYB our licensed service providers. We've got one corporate entity that we're performing diligence on. We're not trying to take in any data about their end user necessarily. We're relying on their KYC AML control. So that's not in our, we don't capture that data along the way.
Yes, earlier you spoke about traveling to other states and other countries in order to set up the ability for other stable tokens that would be under the purview of the state of Wyoming. You said that there was potential for revenue streams for the state of Wyoming there. Do you have statutory authority to do that?
So through the chair, Co-Chairman Bear, another great question. I would say it is unclear, or at least not explicitly stated in the current version of the Stable Token Act. But I do know it's been discussed in the select committee meetings we've had to date. So if there is wording that would be required to do that, I would expect that would be perhaps put in front of the legislature in this upcoming session. Again, we can't necessarily opine or dictate on updates to amendments. We can't lobby in this position, but through my presentations to the select committee over the course of the year, I have made that quite clear that that is something that we should be looking into.
One last one, yeah. So I'm just going to make a statement here. I would caution you about going out of state and out of country to promote this without that statutory authority. Come to us first is always the best policy. If we agree that that's a direction we want to go, we'll support you. But certainly, if the demand is there, have them come and talk to you. Let's save the money on travel.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of talk about investment and return on investment. How does this product and this commission provide a genuine governmental service to Wyoming other than generating income?
Through the chair, Representative Pendergraft, we should be looking at this as a public good in a number of ways. I think you've already called out returning funds to the state writ large, but I want to highlight a couple of programs that we've been speaking about or talking to or using for demonstrations that we think could be a net good. As one kind of generalized net good, if you're a retailer and you're having to take a 3.5% to 5% fee every time someone swipes a credit card at your establishment, and you were to switch over to Wyoming stable token, that fee functionally goes away. The transactions that we're running are typically incurring a fee of maybe 1/10 of a penny. So there's savings to be had to put real dollars back in the pocket of our entrepreneurs in the state. Secondly, we, at our last commission meeting, had the treasurer from Converse County, Joel Schell, testify on mentioning some of the conversations that he's had with his constituents about being able to use this technology. His frustration was they collected $3.4 million in tax revenues. To pay that tax, his constituents had to pay $70,000 in processing fees. And I know that when I do my title registration, I'm paying 3.5%. So if we're able to get some of these agencies using a stable token to do in-state payments, you're putting dollars back in the pockets of our citizens. And then finally, of course, I want to recognize the ranching community we have here. One of the pilot programs we're working with is called Cattle Proof. It's a organization that already posts steer data to the blockchain and proves that when you have this provenance, you could prove where the steer has been, the medical history, the feedlots that's been part of it, all of that. You could sell your steer or the end beef product for X amount more. So they do that by capturing the data on a blockchain. What they want to do is start moving value with and alongside that data using our stable token. And that'll allow them to settle transactions up to 2 weeks faster. So that money is, again, back in their pocket, not sitting in a bank somewhere, accruing interest for not the rancher. That's the tangible piece we're talking about. And actually, one more I'll just point out to you, because it's in the fact book. We also had a demo of how state contracts can be paid and executed very quickly through a platform called Hashfire. Cowboy State Daily did a great article about it, about how they can, the technology we could use to facilitate payments during emergencies. That's on page 20, and I'll let everybody read that at their own time.
Follow up, and then Senator Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the first purpose, or the first so-called government service to the people of Wyoming, is to reduce banking fees. If I understood that correctly, you're saying this is offering another means of exchange which is less expensive than credit cards, for example. And so does that not put the state in business competition with the banking industry? How in the hell is that the role of government?
Through the chair, Representative Pendergraft, I would say, I would make the point that, again, we're not looking to necessarily compete with private industry here. From the perspective of, let's say, other stablecoin issuers, while they chase their relationships, again, we're hoping to be more involved with government, NGO work, municipalities, and so on. Regarding the banks, the hope is that we can collaborate with them. I had a presentation with the Go West Credit Union in September about how we can collaborate and get the stable token as a payment vector, as you pointed out, involved in their operations, and look to have a similar meeting in March with the Wyoming Bankers Association about how this technology can make their operations more efficient. So this is not competition, it's integration.
Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm so confused. So I don't know how would the transactions actually happen? I mean, it isn't a credit card, not a credit card. It is on your phone or your iPad or?
So through the chair, Senator Larson, great question. The answer is essentially all of the above. One of the early partners we announced is called Rain. They make a smart card that you could tether your bank account to and use as a credit or debit card. You could also load it with Wyoming stable tokens and spend those. All the interchange happening on how, where, and when you want to spend. And that also integrates us with Apple Pay and Google Pay out the gate.
Mr. Chairman, so when they're using the card, the charge transaction fee on the card it's not there, I guess. It's kind of what you're saying, or it's minimal? So
through the chair, Senator Larson, if you're doing stablecoin to stablecoin transaction, you're just using the blockchain, those fees are typically 1/100th of a cent or something along those lines. If you're using it and you're converting it back to pay on the Visa rails or other banking rails, then yes, there may be fees included with that. But the point is there's multiple options embedded with this.
Any other questions? Director Apollo, you want to give us kind of a closing statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep it very brief. I wanted to say we are incredibly excited to get this live, to demonstrate that the demand is there for it. We've had a lot of exciting inbound, and we are excited to capitalize on that in the immediate future. I want to thank the very incredible team I've been very fortunate to have brought on to help us build this. It's been a lot of long nights, weekends, and holidays to get us where we are. And we are excited to finally push through this last wall and get this thing publicly available. And I want to thank the commission that's been supportive along the way, has helped us build in a very methodical manner and put the appropriate frameworks in place to keep us transparent and sturdy, while also allowing us to move at quite a good clip. And finally, I want to thank the Joint Appropriations Committee for the hour and change this morning and for reviewing what is, Mr. Chairman, a very unique entity in the state. I know that this does not follow the normal cadence of many of the meetings you've had. I know you've had many of them. So I want to quickly thank you again for hosting me here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And again, it's my understanding that it's your intention to have this live before the end of the year?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Good. So that will be before markup. And so, great. Director, thank you again. Appreciate it. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
It was.
Sat on my hands.
You were controlling.
I knew it. Mr. Chairman, your last agency for the day is Agency 7, the Wyoming Military Department, and Adjutant General Porter is here with his team to present.
General Porter, welcome. It's good to have you. Good to see you, sir. Appreciate you being here today, and you have the advantage of having some veterans on this committee, so we should actually be standing up. But,
Oh, no, sir, no, sir.
So, General, just to give you a briefing on what other agencies we've requested is an opening statement. We don't need to go through TRPs, and we'd like to really get into the exception request, but I do want to give you an opportunity with an opening statement. I know there'll be questions, and General, please introduce yourself and whoever you brought with you, and it's good to have you, sir.
Hey, good morning, sir. It's good to be here. Good morning, everybody. Merry Christmas. My name is Major General Greg Porter, for the record. For those of you that may not know me, I am the 27th Adjutant General for the state of Wyoming. I have held that position for the last 7 years, and next month will mark my 41st year in the Wyoming National Guard. So I'm happy to continue to serve. To my immediate right is Miss Misty Malmberg. She's actually the brains of the outfit, does a great job helping us with our state budget. Normally, our deputy director does this, but he fell quite ill this morning, and so he had to leave. So you got the A team and you got the C team, so you'll get that. We'll work out to a B hopefully on this. So I'll be taking you through the budget as we go through that. Let me just do a quick update, if I could, on the military department, just to give you a sense of some of the things that's happened most recently. The Army National Guard, we had a fairly large deployment this last year. About a third of our force structure was deployed into Central Command doing Operation Spartan Shield. Our HIMARS battalion, HIMARS is our rocket battalion, was deployed for 9 months, boots on ground, probably about 11 months total. They returned in June. They did do some missions and actually fired some rounds in anger. They did an outstanding job, spoke with both the Central Command commander and the Central Army commander, both which lauded their performance and great job. They had a great deployment. Shortly after the 2nd and 300th left, our Field Artillery Brigade headquarters left. They deployed. They were about 3 months behind them. They ultimately became the 2nd 300's higher headquarters, same mission, Operation Spartan Shield, and they were responsible for all fires in theater at that time. So again, great job, Central Command Commander. And actually, the Army Chief of Staff reached out to Governor Gordon just to compliment Governor Gordon on the caliber of guardsmen that they sent forward. And so it was a good deal and very and appropriate. So the team does a great job. Everybody's back now on the Army side. We will deploy the air starting about a year from now. In September, a good chunk of the Air National Guard wing that we have will go. They are going to be one of the very first what they call deployable combat wings. What they do is they take, in this case, a wing from Ohio and a wing from Wyoming. They push them together and they deploy for 6 months in this time. So this will actually going to deploy with an F-16 wing out of Ohio, and then our 4 C-130s will deploy, and that wing will be commanded by Wyoming's Colonel Brian Deal. So very first, this is like the first opportunity that we're going to deploy in that manner. So a lot of lessons learned right now, and the Air Guard is very much focused on getting that mission done. So that's what's coming up there. We are supporting ICE. We do have some ICE missions going on right now. We have 14 Wyoming Guardsmen that are currently on active duty supporting that mission. It is primarily transportation and administrative work. What normally happens is an illegal will have a encounter with law enforcement and get put in jail. Our folks are responsible for bringing that local jail to a center location and processing them, and then onward through a nice facility is where that goes. So we've had a fairly significant group there. There's been 10 what we call high payoff, which are felony or larger individuals. Most of them were gang members, a couple charged with murder. So it's been a pretty significant. We do have 2 of our guardsmen that are bilingual, that one in each service, that are helping do the interviews and process the packets. So we've got about 400 packets that we've processed so far, and the team's doing great.
Interrupt you,
You bet.
Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. So all of that activity is in the borders of the state of Wyoming, then? You're not having to send them out other than maybe transferring them out of state?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, absolutely. It's all within the state. Yeah. Let's see. I think that's probably a good enough opening ceremony or opening statement for this before we go in. Is there any questions I can answer before we roll through?
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you. General, thank you for being here. It's good seeing you. this really doesn't have a lot to do with this. I guess I could talk about under Cam Guernsey, but I just want to honor you and say great job on what you guys have done with your fire services there at Cam Guernsey. You guys turned around a bad situation and made a good situation out of it. And I just, from our county to you guys, thank you. That means a lot because we had some dicey ones in there that were really hard to watch and be a part of, and you guys have just taken and turned it up on such a high level. So your response to the Pleasant Valley fire and your help on that, and you guys were amazing. So thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harold, thank you. That does mean a lot. You know, we have put a tremendous amount of effort. For those of you that may not know, obviously our training area in Guernsey, in Platte County, is significant for us. And periodically, when we have fires that leave the boundaries of Camp Guernsey and impact our neighbors, it's a significant event. We don't like to do that to our neighbors. They are trying to be good folks and move on with their lives. And when the impact of our training leaves our borders and impacts our citizens, it's just no good for everybody. So we've put a lot of time, effort, and energy trying to prevent that from happening, and the team is really doing a good job. And thank you for recognizing that, sir. Appreciate that.
General, before you get into the exception request, 2 questions. First of all, can you give us an update on the recruitment numbers? And then secondly, we had an executive session with Homeland Security a few days ago talking about the threats that the state faces. I know you have a member that attends the CERC meetings. Is there anything in a public, can you make some general comments without going into any great detail? Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will do that. Strength right now is 97% on the Army side. It's a little artificial in the sense that as I said, we just deployed. So a good chunk of those almost 400 people that deployed had to extend to go through that deployment. So if you allow me towards the end, I'll talk a little bit more about it, but the Army's at 97% strength, and we need to stay after it. Air's about 92% strength. They're about breaking even right now. We can't seem to get over the accessions hump at the moment. Part of that is because the upcoming deployment, we do have some folks that have elected not to extend, and we also have a significant change in our equipment. We're going to go to a new C-130J model aircraft that requires a different crew. We lose a navigator, we lose a chief, and some folks have decided, you know, that they're not going to go through that transition. So 97% on the Army side, 92% on the air side. And as I said, I would like to talk about that more if we have the time and you have the interest to have that discussion about some things that'll come up that we're trying to do address that. I'll say generally across, if you look, the new national security strategy was published just last Thursday, going through the priorities. And I think I was a little bit surprised. And, you know, it's been China, 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 and that's where the Secretary of War and the Department of War has been focused. But this new national security strategy really went for Homeland Defense. I mean, that's been the focus, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. Not that they have turned away from China at all. It's just not the priority. It's the Homeland Defense is. And I will tell you that sort of rings true with where my head's at. If we look about, you know, if we were to lose a fight in the first island chain, I don't see that as an existential threat to the United States, at least not immediately. What I do see is if we have a fight in the first island chain, that the homeland will be at risk. And that's where the fight is going to be, and that's where we were probably least prepared to get after it. And so protecting the homeland, and particularly the state of Wyoming, is where my forefront is and my thoughts, and where we're putting our efforts to try to be resilient, look forward to some of the issues that we have potentially coming up, because that is where I think we'll start American lives and Wyoming lives become potentially in jeopardy is here. So that's where my head is going. Certainly that's where the president's head is in Homeland Defense. We've got to devote some more time and effort into it. And every time I speak in front of folks now, I talk to them about threat and what that means to us, because it's not something that the United States, in my assessment, is prepared to get after yet. But certainly China is. They are completely focused on it, and so is Russia. So If I would say that's where my head's at, as the Adjutant General, is how do we make sure that, that we continue to fight for them, prepare for the war fight, because we are good at our Homeland Defense mission, because we are good at our battle mission, or what we do on the battlefield, and get some time and effort to make sure that we can protect those here at home. Sir, does that help?
It does, thank you, General. So why don't we just dive right into the exception requests?
Sounds good, sir. Like I said, I'm a little new at this, so I think I'm on page 15 is where our first set of exception is the summation of all the exception requests, and then I think we'll just go by units, as I understand it, right? Would you like to do that? All right. Sir, if we turn to page 23, the first exception request is the Grants and Contract Administration Manager position. Initially, when I submitted this was prior to our change with Mr. Shope retiring. And so what I asked the governor was, hey, sir, I really don't want to ask for another position right now. I'd like the new Deputy Director, Mel Muldrow, to come in and do an assessment of his unit, and then we'll decide at a later date if we need another position or we need to reorganize ourselves. So frankly, I asked the governor just to hold off on that right now. He went ahead and did that, and we're not asking for any positions at this time. And what I asked the governor was just maybe to entertain a further discussion once Mr. Muldrow has been in the position for about a year, and we can do a better job of assessing where we are. So we're all in agreement that we don't want that position, if that makes sense to you.
Mr. Co-Chair, did you have a question?
It did. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and it may end up going to Director Hibbard when it comes to grant writing. But I want to go back up to your statements on security of the state of Wyoming, and I appreciate your really diving into the thought process of what's going to be necessary and preparing you and your men and your force for that. I have to say that you're already doing it, in my opinion, when you're working with ICE to secure our border. So much appreciated in that regard. On to my question, this grant writer, I'm just curious, is there an opportunity to work with our Wyoming Grants Office? It's kind of a new concept, and would that be helpful in regards to, this request back when it was a request?
Yes, sir. I don't know at this point, sir. Like I said, with Mr. Muldrow coming in, he's already identified ways that he wants to probably restructure it. So I really don't have a sense if this is going to be the position that we want or not. What I was originally looking for was more of a deputy to Mr. Shope at the time that could sort of oversee a bit more of our financial. We're doing so much more different through the feds on cooperative agreements and our contracting and all that. It's starting to be a pretty significant load. And if they had made some changes at the national level about how they do, they really would have been, but they didn't do that. So sir, this is changing a lot. Like I said, I don't know if this is going to be the one or not, but to answer your question, I'm not smart enough about the grants piece of that to tell you for truth, and I'll take some homework.
Director Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. Absolutely, that's the intent. Our intent is never to take over or to push an agency in their current responsibilities. Our intent is simply to punch above our weight helping people.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hey, General, let's
Yes, sir.
continue.
Sir, the 3 Bravo underneath of that was just the IT that required to support that. So again, becomes a non-issue. If we move to number 4, let me get my. This is some wildland firefighting equipment for Camp Guernsey. And what we found, Representative Harrelson mentioned the Pleasant Valley fire, which occurred a year ago now, was that the equipment that we had really wasn't the right type of equipment. We couldn't get it into the places that we needed to, and when we did, it was slow and not very maneuverable. So as we started working with the forestry and our own fire academies, we came to the realization we need a different type of equipment. And so this is our first effort to get after some wildland firefighting equipment that helps us be a little more agile and a little bit more wildland fire focused. Most of the equipment we have really is for structure. It's primarily goes to our airport up there and supporting Camp Guernsey itself. So it's all structure related fire equipment. That's what we're resourced for. Don't have any resources for wildland firefighting. So this is our first effort to get after that. Unlike many of the other training areas in the United States, those are primarily federal training areas. State of Wyoming is completely state. There's some small BLM enclosures within the training area, but most of it all is state. So it really is incumbent upon us as the Wyoming Military Department to provide the equipment to sustain those, to keep those fires within the boundaries of Camp Guernsey. So that's what this is. It's our first entry into this, and we think it's going to be pretty important for us to maintain fire within the boundaries of Camp Guernsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, General.
Yes, hey, sir.
Firefighting equipment, we had a discussion in this committee a year or two ago, and Senator Driscoll brought up the idea of buying a helicopter, which subsequently we did. That's now stationed at Casper, and the idea was that it could get in there much more quickly than the old do's and halves and other things. So I'm curious about the type of vehicles here. Did we consider aircraft as an alternative? And my last question is a little bit more along military lines. Is there a way to have an MTO and MTO altered so that you can have the equipment you need for the mission and perhaps pursue another revenue source?
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, sure. Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergrass, so for the first one, we obviously have Black Hawk helicopters, and that's what we use for initial attack when we can. Particularly in Camp Guernsey, we're pretty focused now on either having a federal Black Hawk helicopter on the ground in Guernsey when we predict that it's going to be dangerous fire weather, or we have it in Cheyenne and being able to get up there. Black Hawk helicopter for wildland firefighting is really good at initial attack. If you can get there while the lightning strike happens and it's going and you can get it with that Bambi bucket, it's really good for that. Once it leaves that though, and we start getting into wildland fires, what we face with Pleasant Valley, helicopters is not as effective. And so that's where this particular piece of equipment comes into play. That's where we actually have to get on the ground and we have to start laying fire lines and preventing fires from getting off of there. Sir, to your question on MTO, and what he's talking about is a modified table of organization and equipment. That's what, if we have, for example, our 2nd of the 300th Battalion, the feds say, this is what kind of equipment goes into a field artillery battalion. You need a prime mover, you need a sustainer, you need a rocket launcher, those kind of things. And what the representative was asking is, could you modify that to have some other things? Not really with MTOs. That's the feds' decision on what it takes to resource a particular unit. You can do it in what we call TDAs. You remember that? And we do have a few of those pieces of equipment in Guernsey, augmented that way, but not very much, and there's not any money to do it. It's just tough to get to, sir. So this, I believe, is the right strategy to get us the equipment, and I'm always looking for others, people in any of those, sir. I mean, with that, we will do that if we can.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The old motor sergeant in me. You want to buy heavy trucks. How are they different from the vehicles that you currently have? Obviously, there's some equipment there. So the impetus for this question is, could we not use some of the trucks we already have, add equipment to them that could be removed?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, this is a picture of the truck just I brought here to get after it. So we don't obviously have anything in the green fleet that looks like this. It's called pump and roll, so it means you can actually dispense water from that particular piece of equipment. That's what was really effective for us in Pleasant Valley was those fire companies that were equipped with this found great utility to it. Don't have the ability to do it on the federal side, so it's just a different piece of equipment. As I said, most of our stuff is for structure, not wildland firefighting.
Sure. I just have to say that red is much cooler than OD green.
Yes, sir. Agreed.
Representative Harrelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, General, we're looking at Governor's Rec for 375. So obviously one, I'm gathering, one extreme terrain engine. Talk to me, we're looking at a 55-ton hydraulic lowboy for moving dozers. Do you have currently any trailer options? Is this just to upgrade and make it a little bit more effective? And then also talk to me about the tactical tender and obviously some water movement capabilities. So just talk to me a little bit about your ask, what the governor's recommendation is, and what that looks like. And then also we'll start there, and I got another question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, and for the rest of the team, when we approached the governor, the initial package that we had for this wildland firefighting was really for the whole thing. So we had, I think, some more of these trucks. We had 3 of a heavier truck, and then we had a lowboy in which to move them around. So that's what we figured we needed as the full solution for this. When we briefed the governor, he said, "Hey, listen, let's start with this one Type 6 engine and see, given I suspect, I don't want to speak for him necessarily, given the fiscal position of the state, let's start with this. I'll give you some capability to get after it. You don't need a lowboy to move this one around. You can move that on roads and that sort of thing." So this was his first attempt to try to resource us, but it's obviously not everything that we'd like to be able to do that.
Follow-up?
Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So the next question I have is talk to me about relationship as we look at, so like, obviously we had Pleasant Valley find its way a little onto Camp Guernsey, but predominantly not. And from what I gather and what I remember from the after reports, you guys were kind of in the fray the whole time. And so can you talk about that relationship between county and guard camp and how this would also cross over into being an asset beyond just a Camp Guernsey fires, and maybe go into detail of how far is your scope? If it's a deal where we have a fire, say, Peakside, does Guernsey ever roll out for that?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, thank you for that. So what we do a lot in Platte County and in Camp Guernsey is what's called mutual aid. So we try to respond whenever we can to any requests that Platte County has or our neighboring counties have for wildland fires there, just as they do for us. And I think our relationship probably, 7 to 8 years ago was a little bit less synchronized, I'll say, putting it politely, than it is now. But we are really synchronized now with the fire wardens and the county fire folks, and everybody within probably an hour's driving distance of Camp Guernsey. We're committed to being good neighbors and responding in mutual aid status for those wildland fires when we can. Not only is it good training for our folks, but it's just being good neighbors, and exactly those folks come to our aid when we have an issue. So it's that mutual aid is pretty important to us. I did want to make it clear that I didn't want to be the state's wildland fire response, at least right now with what that is. But within the driving distance of an hour of Camp Guernsey, I am fully committed to the mutual aid of that with everybody. And sir, as you know, Platte County and that part of the state is probably our least wealthy, least populated part of our state. And if we have an opportunity as the Wyoming National Guard to enhance the response there and protect lives and structure, we want to do that.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify, you said you station the different Black Hawk helicopters sometimes there in Camp Guernsey or in Cheyenne. Do those helicopters have the capability of dispensing the water?
General?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Smith, yes, they do. We have a Bambi bucket, a 300-gallon to 500-gallon bucket underneath that we train every year to do initial attack with water. Yeah.
General, please continue.
All right, sir. If we go to the next one, sir, after the wildland firefighting equipment, these are all the Vets Commission IT hardware, military records, IT and hardware, all the TRPs that take us through the problem is, though, that's an exception, not the order of the deal here, so let me continue, yeah. So if we go to page 24, priority 10 is the Casper Armory real property lease rate increase. We lease some land next to the Readiness Center there at the Readiness Center in Casper. We ask for it every biennium because it keeps increasing over the years, and if we don't continue to ask for it, pretty soon we'll just be in a big hole, a big delta for it. So this is pretty important for us to do to training and have a local training area next to our Casper Readiness Center. But that lease is the money that we're asking for on that one. So.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is probably a policy discussion. My understanding from reading the narrative is that your rent, so you use general funds to pay this rent through the partnership with OSLI. Those funds then go to the Miners Hospital Fund. So first question is, looking at staff, is that correct? And second, again, is a policy conversation in regards to, it seems to me that that fund is quite healthy, and that maybe we should not be using general funds to feed an account that is doing that well.
General?
Mr. Chairman, probably will have to phone a friend on that, but I do believe, ma'am, that it is, this one's different than some, it is the miners fund that this goes to. As to the policy question, I will bat the ball over to Mr. Hibbert, see if he can help.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna have to research that one.
Okay. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just historically, can you tell us how many times you've brought this request before this body and how many times it's been denied?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative Barrett, it's for as long as I've been aware of it, so at least the 7 years as the Adjutant General and probably 5 years before that, we have always had to lease this land. So I'd say it's pretty simple. I can get you the correct answer though, sir, but it's been at least 20 years, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only interested in this increase, the request to cover the increase, not the length of the lease.
Oh, gotcha, sir.
Really just how long have you been requesting to cover that increase and been denied? And hopefully it's not 40 years.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we've never been denied on it, sir. It's fairly de minimis in terms of that. And it does go back to the miners fund, so I think everybody saw it as a win-win.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, General, proceed.
All right, sir.
Please, sir.
Right after that, priority number 11, which is still on page 25, is the anniversary of USA military activities. What I had originally asked for was some money there to commemorate the 250th birthday. So for us in the National Guard, we thought we would be a pretty significant part of that. The 3rd and 4th of July this year is a Friday and Saturday. I had originally intended to basically have the entire National Guard drill that weekend and participate in activities. That was wildly unpopular with the force, I will tell you that. A lot of folks did not want to give up their 4th of July with their families, and particularly those that had just deployed and had missed the previous 4th of July. So I sort of backed off from that. I thought we could, given the request we have, I thought we could do it with some volunteerism, and that's where our current head's at. But in order to do that, I was going to try to make it pretty special, create a coin for them to commemorate it, some certificates, some shirts, and that sort of thing. I think ultimately we decided that we put in for a grant to fund some of this, and I think we can find enough money to get what we wanted done without a special appropriation. And ultimately, I think that's what the governor decided.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, General.
Yes, sir.
Director Hibbert.
Mr. Chairman, the comment that is, the funding goes to the state lands for the miners' hospital is required by the Constitution with the SLID.
General?
Sir, if we move to page 26, priority 12, which is counter UAS state statute support. For those of you that may or may not recall, a law was passed during the last session that allowed the governor to activate the Wyoming National Guard to do interdiction of unmanned aerial systems, UASs or drones, as they're otherwise known. Currently, right now, in none of the formations that I have in the Wyoming National Guard have a counter-UAS capability, and I originally went down the road of saying, well, how do I meet the legislators and the governor's intent about interdicting UAS as if it became required. As we continue to look at that problem set, it's pretty significant. The FAA really frowns on people taking out unmanned private drones in under any circumstances. There are some significant authorities that are out there that we have not been able to overcome yet in terms of the ability to interdict drones. And finally, the technology on all these drones is moving so quickly, I was becoming a little dubious that any system that we bought would be effective after about 12 to 14 months. And so ultimately, I recommended to the governor that we don't pursue this capability at this time because I don't know how we could actually implement it. And the technology moves so quickly, I think it will quickly become obsolete. So that was ultimately the request to him, and ultimately I believe he agreed by saying, hey, listen, we're not going to pursue that at the moment. So that's where that discussion landed.
Any questions? Okay, General, proceed.
All right, sir.
Mr. Chairman, real quick.
Representative Harrelson.
Sorry, this structure is so bad for making jokes, because you have to ask you for permission to make a joke, but, so are we at 12-gauge shotgun? We're like, what are we, okay, cool.
Yeah. It is kinetic at that point if we had to do it. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, the answer. So it's something that we're in the United States military talking about every day of how do we get after the drone threats between Northern Command, what we have out there. There's a lot of things going on in that space right now. My personal approach at the moment is going to be sort of, if it comes down to it, probably a kinetic look at it. But there's a lot of movement in that space right now.
So General, there is lots going on, as you say, and you're dealing with drones in air operations.
Yeah.
Anything on UAPs?
Tell me about UAP, sir, to make sure I
No, I was
understand.
asking you if you had any incidents of UAPs over your airspace.
Sir, for our airspace, no. I am aware of some other near some other federal facilities that I don't think in open testimony here, I could probably say much about that.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Proceed, General.
All right, sir. If we move to page 37, this is the exception request. This allows us, really, it's a footnote that we've had for many years that allows us, when federal funds become available, for us to be able to hire these state positions. And this footnote is required every year for us to be able to do that. We have, and it exists on the air side. We're talking about the air here, but it also occurs on the Army side as well. And it just allows us, once federal money comes into play, that we can pay for these positions to do work for the federal government. And this footnote's required every year, every biennium, for us to be able to create those positions and fund those positions.
Any questions? General, proceed.
Sir, if we move to page 51, this is the same thing. This is the Army side of what I just talked about. The 13 positions there that we asked to be created so that we can fill them should federal funds become available.
Thank you, General.
Sir, I believe the next one is on page 61. It's priority 13, and this is a VetraSpec software request. This is requirement of the Veterans Commission. This is how our Veteran Commission talks to the Veterans Administration and how we process claims for our veterans through that system. So it's critical for us to do that. As I understand it, the reason that we pulled these particular software licenses out, you'll see that in priorities 13, 14, and 15 is because they're not utilized by the entire enterprise of ETS. They are particular to the Wyoming Military Department, specifically the Veterans Commission. So this particular license, 13,000, is critical for us to be able to process Veterans Administration claims.
Any questions? Thank you, General. Proceed.
All right, sir. We move quickly to page 67. This is also the 27 biennium hardware software requests, our priority number 8. And am I on 15? Yeah, the past perfect. Yeah, this is for the memorial. So I apologize. Let me make sure I get back. So I'm on page 66, section 4, priority number 15. This is the past perfect software request. And this is what our Veterans Museum uses to catalog all of the artifacts within the museum.
Any questions? Okay, General, proceed.
Thanks, Misty. If we move on to the next page, that's the TRP exception request from ETS for those folks. I don't have much to say about that one.
Any questions? Okay, good to go.
All right, if we move on to page 70, we've got the exception request for the Cowley micrographic software request. What this is this is what we use to keep track of our military records. All of the records of our military folks within the state, we are required by the Constitution to maintain the records. This equipment and software is necessary to catalog and archive them.
Any questions? Okay, General.
That's really it, sir, in terms of the exception requests. Can I answer any other questions?
Any questions? General, I want to give you an opportunity for your closing statement. This is before the markup coming on the 5th of January, so please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to be here in front of you today. I did want to just mention a couple of bills that, if things go like I hope, will be referred to you. One, and they're both having to do with recruiting. So I have a referral bonus in the state of Wyoming that sunsets in June. And what the referral bonus does is it allows a payment of $500 to go to the individual that that refers an individual to us that we ultimately enlist. And so I want to increase that to $1,000 and widen the pool a little bit to include state employees of the military department and veterans. So we get more fishermen in the sea referring folks to us. And then the second bill is really going to have an extension bonus that's going to, that we want to do a state extension bonus for those MOSs that aren't covered by the federal side. And this all has to get after the strength piece of this. I continue to be concerned about the declining recruitable population in Wyoming, and we continually have to punch above our weight. If you look at the math, we shouldn't be able to recruit the amount of people we do. We do because this legislature and our folks have put a tremendous amount of resources in our educational benefits, our referral bonuses to keep our young men and women here in the state. And so I have those two bills that I think are going to be critical in keeping the strength of the Wyoming National Guard at a level that's going to be required for us to do Homeland Security, Homeland Defense.
So are those critical MOSs combat support or combat arms?
A little bit of all of them, sir. And what I do, sometimes the feds will enable a particular MOS that they feel is short across the nation. They will give an extension bonus to. I want to be able to determine those in the state of Wyoming of those particular MOSs or jobs that we think are critical for us, and we want to be able to apply to that. So there's a separate bill that will come out of the committee, that have come out of the committee bill to establish that.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General, I was assigned as one of the things I needed to learn more about. So I went out there to the military department and want to say the general and his staff were so kind to me. They spent a couple hours with me, and it was great, very informative, and thank you very much. Just want to say thanks.
Hey, thank you, Senator. I appreciate that.
Anyone else? Representative Pendergrass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Secretary of Defense recently had a rousing speech. And one of the things he talked about was the physical standards, the PT tests and that sort of thing. I wonder if you could just kind of touch on the status of the Guard today.
Mr. Chairman, thanks, Representative. Probably a little bit of a hot button for me. I probably disagree with the Secretary of War in the sense of the overstating, at least in my opinion, in our formations, the physical fitness of our soldiers and airmen. Our folks are warriors, and they do a good job. And they not only hold the civilian job that they have to do, but they also must maintain the same standards that our active component brothers and sisters have to do, and they do a good job. By and large, our force is so much better than when I first, when I came in as a young private. There's no comparison to the professionalism, warrior ethos, physical fitness, mental fitness than what we had before. So while I agree it's always beneficial to be focused on that, to be resilient and be focused on that, I don't lose too much sleep worrying about the physical fitness of our soldiers and airmen. They're in pretty good shape, sir.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, committee, for the indulgence. Would you take a minute, sir, and brag on a couple of soldiers who have won national recognition?
Yeah, Chairman Salazar, Representative Pendergrass, I believe what Representative Pendergrass is referring to is about 3 years ago, we had the #1 enlisted soldier in the entire United States Army was a Wyoming Guardsman, came out of a unit in Sheridan, and it was a fairly competitive process, and went all the way through the National Guard and then competed at the United States Army, and we had the #1 enlisted soldier. We followed that up the next year with a different NCO and also took #1 in the nation in the National Guard. They went on to compete at the national level. Their team didn't, I think, came in 3rd place overall, but again, a great job. We didn't, because of the deployment of our folks, we didn't do what we call the Best Warrior competition this last year or 2 years ago because we were all focused on getting these folks out the door. So we didn't have anybody at that point. This last year, we competed at the regionals. He came in 2nd at the regionals. And I think we continue to show that Wyoming National Guard does a great job of preparing its soldiers and airmen. So if that's the one you're talking about, sir, then that's what I've got. Very proud of them.
Okay, well, General, I want to thank you for coming today, and I hope that you pass on to your command and your troops how proud we are as a legislature of what they do for us in protecting us, and I know that the committee will reach out to you if they have any additional questions. So thank you again.
Absolutely, sir. I thank you. Thank you for that. I want to wish everybody, thank you for the work that you do. And I tell you, we don't take for granted the support that we have in this state. It is rare that I go out that somebody doesn't tell me, thank you for your service. It is rare in these chambers that I don't get the same courtesy and respect from all of you. And again, we don't take that for granted. Thank you for all of the service you do, and thank you for the support that you give our men and women. It is vitally important. Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody. Have a good one.
Director Richard, what do we have left?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes today's agenda and the first 2 weeks of agency budget hearings. If I might take just a brief moment and give a glimpse of what is to come in January, if the committee so desires.
Yes, please do.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, upon your arrival back home, you can expect a number of documents from LSO staff. First of which will be an exception request list. You will also be receiving an informal LSO fiscal profile, a markup of the 2024 budget bill, and the purpose of that is to give everyone an opportunity to look at the footnotes and Section 300s that were adopted 2 years ago, and we've taken the liberty of shading those in different gray colors for potential inclusion in the upcoming 27-28 budget. Additional items include the working profile, the long-term profile, and looking ahead to the January agenda, the co-chairmen, I believe, have recently approved this. We'll get that posted out there. But there's a handful of key items I wanted to bring to your attention and also the attention of the public. Friday, January 9th is anticipated, the January Craig report will be presented. Governor's letters for any adjustments to his recommendations. And importantly, on Friday, January 9th, is public comment. So if there's any public comment on the entirety of the budgets, the agenda calls for that public comment to occur on that day. We will have a public comment box on the website over the holidays and leading up to that date for people to sign in to give members an indication of the total number of interested parties. The following Monday, January 12th, the committee is elected to pursue the local government and sales and use tax distribution, which was an interim topic of the committee. And on that same day, you have also scheduled the Smoke Busters bill from yesterday. And then finally, on Friday, January 9th, and potentially even bleeding over into Monday, January 12th, is an opportunity for callbacks. So if members have interest in calling back some agencies, I believe I have a list of 3 that will be presented to the co-chairs for their consideration to call those agencies back. So if you do have interest in calling back an agency, either please register your interest with the co-chairs or through LSO so we can provide a list in that first week you come back in January for them to make a determination on which agencies need some further inquiry. With that, Mr. Chairman, I have no further items.
Mr. Co-Chair, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just want to thank everybody for their hard work these 2 weeks. It's really been a grueling one, and everybody put a lot of effort in. Really appreciate that. A lot more work to go, as the Director Richards pointed out, so go home, get some rest. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, I too would like to wish the committee happy holidays. I don't think there's any secret that we have some very difficult decisions to make in the weeks ahead. And I know that the co-chair and I will be staying in contact with the members on all updates that we have. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting.